Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Yes, sir. Oh my goodness, we are inching our way along, aren't we, folks? Getting closer and closer. Can you feel it? The NFL season. It's coming. And it begins yesterday and all days here as the Seahawks move off of the practice field a little bit closer to their first preseason game, which found them in their Seahawks Scrimmage, their yearly mock game that they put on for the fans. And we had ourselves a reporter on the scene. Shout out to Eason Tech World here in the chat who provided me some notes from what he was seeing on there. You know, we got eyes everywhere in the Hawks Nest, all right? We're not only worldwide, we're everywhere. And so we've got some notes as far as what he saw from above in his position. And of course, I've been kind of peeling through a little bit of the data we're getting from the reporters and what they saw in the game, along with some of the cut-ups. Overall, a successful day, I would say. You're not coming away with any major injuries, which in these kind of games, that's one of the first things I get worried about is some torn ACL on a given play that doesn't really matter in the course of the season. And that didn't occur. LJ Collier has a little bit of an elbow thing going on, so he was held out of the game. But aside from that, everyone came out relatively healthy. Both sides of the ball seemed to play pretty good based on reports. You had Tariq Woolen standing out at moments and times, as our guy Ethan was said in his notes on this, and I actually saw the play it was talked about. He's up in press coverage early on. Drops into his bail coverage, runs step for step with the receiver, basically runs the route better than the receiver runs it, and almost is able to make a diving interception on the play. Again and again, he has shown off his ability here, not only through training camp, but also OTAs. And this is where you start to get excited for players in an upcoming season. They come into OTAs, they do well. Training camp, hey, they're still popping on the daily basis here, man. They're really coming along. And then mock game happens, and then you get to the first preseason game, and he makes a couple plays. And that's not the beginning of it there. That's just the continuing of what he's been building up to maybe come to the season and be a contributing member to this football team much sooner than I had thought. He also has a play that you can see on a highlight if you look up on Twitter where he's breaking over on the ball and he shows off those long go-go gadget arms where Marquise Goodwin seems to have a catch over at the sideline and Tariq just sort of extends those arms out and is able to rip the ball away and cause an incompletion on the play. Again, showing up there again, Kobe Bryant on the other side of it made a play in coverage where he drove on a route. Again, showing off those ball skills. He's not just going up there to dislodge the ball. He's going up there to try to make an interception. And you can see it on the little bit of cut up you saw of him. Of course, what everyone is going to wonder about here, though, after this first scrimmage and the one that the big, most meaningful story coming out of this scrimmage for everyone involved as we all sort of sit on the edge of our seats and waiting for this battle to be determined is the quarterback battle. You have Geno Smith and Drew Lock going into this game, and indeed it is still wide open. Part of what we had hoped coming into this offseason into training camp is that there would be somebody that really jumped forward even early on in the training camp to really take the job, and that's not really necessarily been the case, and instead it's been probably more often than not there struggles by both quarterbacks. But with that said, Drew Lock has had a couple of days of note by the journalists at practice, and he did win this day out in this particular scrimmage when you weigh everything out versus him and Geno Smith. What's really notable here, not just, okay, he goes 18 for 27 for 185 yards and a touchdown versus Geno's 10 for 18, but also the fact that he's playing with a second-team offense against the first-team defense, whereas Geno Smith's playing with the first-team offense against the second-team defense. So, you know, Drew kind of has an uphill battle in that, the way they sort of set that out against those quarterbacks. And Geno had more of a road paved with gold to maybe have a little bit more success in that given scenario. Lock was good on the short passes. It seems like Seattle featured a lot of that. What was really notable by the reporters and when they discussed some of the differences they saw between Geno and Drew in the game was that there was more sprint out passes, more featured run pass option plays, laterals to receivers, versatility, it just sort of a little more of a wide range of things than what you were seeing with Drew Lock versus with Geno. The words that were placed upon him was static pocket passing Geno Smith. So as a quarterback, you probably don't ever want to be labeled as static in your play. But that does back up again now here, where maybe Locke is starting to generate a little bit momentum here. And dare I say that, maybe he's made enough of a call here to place himself as the guy who should maybe be starting in that first Steelers preseason game coming up this Saturday. Let's give him a run with the ones maybe perhaps and see what's what. As I've always said with this, I want the competition to bear out. I've also acknowledged I've seen Geno Smith as having a little bit of a smaller lead ahead of Drew early on here, but at the same point in time, this should be won out by what you see on the practice field and who's been better. And I have yet to hear one day of one story of anything mentioned as far as Geno goes about him winning the day at a training camp, or him being not even the star of the day, but just looking crisp and sharp and hitting on all cylinders. I mean, I'm talking just one day here. And as Geno said yesterday in regards to his struggles, this is still only about a week and a half here odd in the camp, right? It's barely maybe even about to 2 weeks. So we can still give this some more time to kind of mature and grow to where it's going to grow. But I wouldn't be against potentially seeing Drew start this upcoming Saturday based on where we've been so far with this and what we've heard out of practice. The drives for Drew Lock commenced as such. He had a touchdown drive, which was capped off by Kenneth Walker III, Ken Walker, K9. It was a nice little run where it looks like it's kind of going up off the tackle. It looks like kind of an outside zone run, which you guys know I see outside zone run. I start getting excited. Colby Barkinson lays down a very nice block on the play to seal the edge, and that opens up, though it is a little cluttered for Walker initially on the play, he's able to then bounce it outside and use his burst and speed to then get to that edge before anybody can get to him. So a nice little play there on that touchdown. Then there was a touchdown throw to Cody Thompson by Drew Lock, where the throw came in and Cody sort of tipped it for a moment, started falling to his ground and kind of made a little bit of an acrobatic circus catch there to catch it in the end zone. The defender was right with him on the play, playing very good defense. But nonetheless, it was a thrown touchdown and the only thrown touchdown by any of the Seahawks quarterbacks on the day. Jason Myers hit a field goal in the 2-minute drill to end the half. They also then had a punt and then another turnover on downs in a late 2-minute drill later on in the game. Geno Smith's drives went as such. He had a 1-yard touchdown run by Rashad Penny on one drive, a Myers field goal, and then they went punt, punt, punt. So it... again, not all bad from Geno's side of things here necessarily, and I wasn't able to watch the whole tape, so it's hard to make a lot of assessment between these two guys as to who played better. There was a play to Lockett that shout out to Chancellor Channel out there who caught this also from their view of there being a play where Locke's dropping back at about the 45-yard line on the Seahawks side of the field, offensively speaking. Locke comes in on an in route, and it's a very tight window into Lockett. And he's able to just barely kind of fit it in there, and Lockett sort of tips it up to himself and catches it a little bit like the Thompson play. What was interesting about that and watching it, it may have been just that Lockett was his primary target there, but those were two defenders there, and when you looked backside on the play, the Seahawks had blown the coverage, and you had Noah Fant running up the sideline free and open, sticking a hand up in the air trying to get Locke's attention before he threw it over to Locke. Nonetheless, it was a completion. There was also... one of the reporters were noted about a play that DK Metcalf walked through where he threw a seam route and he fit it right in between the cornerback and the safety on the type of coverage you'd get in like a cover two, right? And the cover two beater is essentially having a quarterback with the arm strength to fit it in between the trailing corner defender and the safety who's going to be breaking in on the man. And you want to get the ball there before you get your guy lit up and put it in a position where he can do it, but it's always a tight window. You don't have a lot of time to do it, and if you're a quarterback who doesn't necessarily have plus arm strength, it's sometimes harder to make those type of throws. But the reporter noted about it being unusually, hasn't seen that kind of throw in Seattle in a while there. I'm using the reporter's words, not my words. So I thought that was also notable within the context of this, but good to hear he was playing well. Also on the defensive side of the ball, another guy that does continue to show out here through camp. We've heard he's come in bigger, faster, stronger. The old mantra of the Seahawks team go back 10 years ago. That was one of the initial taglines of Carroll as he was walking in the door for the Seahawks team. And indeed, Darrell Taylor is encompassing that as he comes now into this training camp. He has looked all of the above in that respect. He's looked twitchy off the edge, more explosive. And when reporters are talking about it in this respect, these are the same guys that watched him last year on those practices. And what they're saying is notable here is that he's even more quicker, even more stronger. And that is an encouraging sign is now you might have a guy that, beyond what I thought in my forecast, could be a guy, 10, 11, 12, maybe at the most type sack season, that maybe he's able to even tap into a little bit more of a lethal, 4 or 5 sacks, just as many pressures that you would get with those sacks in the context of on top of that. And then that really does not only aid this defense, but it gives you another kind of bedrock defender out there that's the offense is going to have to kind of account for at that point, if you can do it. So good to hear that he is also looking good. He gave, I believe, Curhan a bit of a difficulty on even back-to-back plays in this particular game. I'll read you off just some of the notes Ethan had written down here and sent to me on email. And again, shout out to you, Ethan, for hooking me up in that respect. I really appreciate it. Artie Burns was looking good on the right side. Drew Lock to Fant over the middle on a short gain. Drew Lock to Ken Walker. Lock check down. Again, a little bit of what we were hearing about just being the short passing. Drew Lock over the middle to Cody Thompson, about 10 yards. Kobe Bryant was covering, so Thompson a couple of catches in this game, including a touchdown. Drew Lock to DK, tight pass. DK bobbles it, but sticks with it. Great pass. So we see a couple of passes here now within just his notes and what I saw. Drew Lock had a few I'm not going to go full on dimes, They'd be like an 8-piece, Charles Cross looking good. Quick feet, opening holes for the running back. That's good to hear. Usu rushed Lock. Lock instantly picks it up and gets Parkinson for a great catch and run. So Parkinson doing a little bit of blocking, a little bit of catching in this game. The Lock read option for 5 yards. DJ Dallas outside zone run, well blocked. It's good. So again, we've got with the Lock touchdown, again, this the little things you can read into with these kind of notes with this. You've got the Kenneth Walker touchdown. You got the DJ Dallas outside zone run, well blocked. We're seeing something that they've not done in the past here. They're featuring in the scrimmage is a little bit more of the outside zone, whereas this team has historically been very fixated on just simply the A-gap. And there's nothing wrong with a good A-gap run. Everybody likes power on power, but you do got to mix it up a bit, and that's good to see. Pre-snap motion, Lock to Tariq Young, quick pass. Okay, get in Young's hands on yak stuff. Geno to Swain. Geno holding on to the ball too long. Blair caught up to it. Ken Walker up the middle, showing great moves, making guys miss for extra yards. Okay. So that burst, and he can, as I said, he can run away from you or beat you in a phone booth. Make you miss in a phone booth, I should say. Walker also had a nice catch over the middle, so Ken having a good day. Lock moving around well in the pocket. Lock does seem to have a notable upgrade in his legs versus what you get at Geno. After halftime, his notes are Lock, play action, a good one. Lock rushing. Lock picked up the safety blitz and quickly gets it to Goodwin. That's good. So he read the blitz coming in. Aaron Donker with great pass, with great end rush. Ends picked up at Eason at quarterback. Donker with some pressure. Hey, look at that. Donker 3 in a row. Great stuff. Donker leaping off the screen with pressure, says Ethan. Alrighty. I've been selling Donker short, but maybe this is one of the reasons they've not been as worried about their situation at linebacker. Geno with a nice pass, a bit low but good. Lock with another easy check down to Dallas. Lock overthrows Bo Melton down the field, who had good separation. Kobe Bryant with a great pass breakup, also trying to pick it off. That's the play I was talking about where he drived on a little short comeback route to the tight end, and he really tried to take that. He tried to house that one. Notes also said Jason Myers did make all of his kicks, and his standouts are Woolen, DK, Donker, Lock, and there was good play calling placed within his notes as well. So a good day overall there, and what you can kind of get a feel for with it. Seattle's going to remain balanced. You're not going to get a ton of plays there because there's going to be the runs in there. So this is going to be your typical kind of game in the way that they're going to run that. But good to hear that they're featuring into, for instance, some of the short stuff, outside zone. I'm reading in some of these notes, and what I've read on notes online is a little bit of just get the ball in the receiver's hands and let them go work with the yak stuff, which is the way this offense is designed to go. But again, something that you've not done consistently in recent history. It's not been consistently, I think, a part of your offense or something that you've leaned towards making a priority, but it indeed does sound like they're doing a better job here of making priority of it. And Artie Burns, another guy, much like those other two corners I talked about, being Tariq Young, even though he's an older player a little bit. He's not old, but older than Tariq and Kobe, who are obviously rookies. He, like them, has stood out at every portion. You see his name being mentioned often. Doing well on DK here. Great in coverage. Just fluid, smooth, good. And again, as I like to say with him, this is not a guy that's a overachiever type. He's a guy that had a first-round pedigree to him with the Steelers when he was drafted. And you can make a strong argument that he just needed to get fitted into the right scheme, not necessarily what the Steelers were running, but more of what Desai runs with this Vic Fangio scheme. And that's why he had such success last year, his most successful year last year in Chicago on that defense that Desai got a lot of mileage out of, even though there wasn't technically a lot of the upper end talents on that particular team. Good successful day though for our team here. A good step forward on it. It's good to hear that they're staying balanced in things. I'd like to see the note by Ethan saying the play calling was good, and you also read a little bit of that online and what you were getting from other notes, guys like Bob Condon and Bell and whatnot, and what they were saying on it. So can kind of glean a little bit from this. Not going to take a ton from it in the respect of this means so much, other than, again, if the best man's supposed to win, if competition is supposed to win the day, and you're coming up to this first preseason game, I understand Geno Smith has been a good soldier, and he spoke about the fact that he had Drew Lock's back no matter what, and he was going to be in that mode of things. And I'm certainly open to Geno still winning the job. But if we're looking at what we've heard, and I'm not the coaches, I haven't seen every snap of every play in practice, I'll lean on them to make the proper assessment here. I have no doubt they're going to put the best guy out there for the job. They're not going to pick the wrong guy. But if it's based on competition so far as to who should get that first starting job here, I understand Geno's been here for a year, but if Drew Lock's outplayed him here through the course of this training camp, to me, I want to get every snap I can with Drew Lock in my number ones here, especially considering you have one less preseason game here, especially considering you're going to need to bring in Geno Smith quite a bit just to balance off that battle to give every guy enough snaps to make your proper assessment. And if Drew Lock comes in here against the Steelers and just, as I said, becomes that guy to take the job full on, to be, this is mine. I'm going to own this. No one's getting this back. I'm going to show you guys that I'm not a bust, that I had a bad first stop, but I'm ready to go on this one. Then let him continue to show that and build to it. Let him get that cohesion going with those guys on the outside. Let that start to build even further. I'm still open with the competition, but again, that's the part I would love to be able to see is Drew come out with these number ones and see if he can, build on that. I think coaching staff's probably doing a little bit of protecting with Drew as well, in the respect of understanding he's coming from Denver, where he was not necessarily built up, let's say, and that it was maybe a situation that kind of broke him down just a little bit from a confidence standpoint, and that the coaching staff is trying to slowly rebuild that confidence back up so he can become eventually the player that he is capable of becoming. Thank you guys for tuning on in here to the channel today. We won't be going a ton of time today, so it's going to be, we'll go a couple hours here on the stream today, but I just wanted to get in and talk a little bit about this scrimmage, see what your guys' thoughts are from it. Should Tariq Woolen here be given a chance to be a starter at this point? I mean, it's going to be hard to do, isn't it? When you got, who sits? Sidney? Kobe? I don't know if you can do it yet, but he is really making a case at every turn as being truly a guy that once he can tap into the special talent he might have, they don't build him like this. 6'3", 4'2", explosive leaping ability, long. It's gonna be very hard to keep him off the football field if he continues to play like he is. And I'm, again, as a guy who's been sitting here this whole time saying he's going to take a year. His footwork was really rough coming out of college. He's only been playing the position for 2 years, but I don't know. He's starting to win me over on it. But then you got Kobe, who's, again, he's not missing a stride either. It's a good problem to have. It's a fantastic problem to have. Greg, what's up, man? Grug, it's good to see you in here. Amari Taylor, they still putting Geno on the first team. They did in the scrimmage. He was on first team offense against second team defense. Drew Lock on second team offense against first team defense. Megan Gock Rogers been celebrating 8 long months as a member of the channel. Thank you for doing so. She says, I feel a little low, but I'm here with my 12s. Well, thank you for being there for your 12s today, Megan. I appreciate you jumping in. You hang in there. And we'll see if we can't brighten your day a little bit here. Jeff says, go Hawks. Excited for this season to start. Me too, Jeff. I can't wait. I'm chomping at the bit, man. I'm a horse up on that starting line, just pawing at the ground, Y2K, I'm just excited to see what an actual screen pass looks like. You're going to see it this year? I know it's been 10 long years, my fellow Seahawks compadres, but you're going to see a traditional screen pass this year. And just don't hold your breath. It's going to be successful. I know. It's going to be crazy. Grug, Amara, Austin, WK, does it being a scripted offense change Drew's evaluation in the game? I'd say no, because Geno had the same scripted element to his game in this game, and he didn't, he barely threw for 50% completion percentage. It didn't get the same kind of results from the offensive side of the ball as far as production. So I would say no. It doesn't really factor into me for that at this point. I that's kind of a problem more to look down the road on if that's an issue, or if it's, if we come to find when you do this. Part of the reason, though, Austin, you're making a case for why, okay, let's start him in, get him through his first scripted plays. Now let's see what he does beyond the scripted plays, if we think that's an issue. But I'm not worried about that, because the thing you got to remember with it, Austin, is that he's not going to have to throw, or Geno's not going to have to throw 35, 40 times a game. You're going to ask these guys to throw, if the running game's going really well, 25, sometimes 26 times a game. I mean, if the running game's being anything as dynamic as I think it should be. So what I kind of get at with that is that in those 25, 26 throws, there's going to be a lot of easily scripted ones within that. There will only end up being probably a handful at the end of the day. You take bubble screens and drag routes and, those type of things and input it into it. It's like, there'll be some 9 routes they're going to hit, a couple post routes you'll have to hit, a comebacker or two to the far side of the field. But it is going to be one where you're going to be asked to consistently do that, or they're going to be asked to consistently be doing even like what Russell did, where there would be times where Russell wanted to run hurry up. I don't think you're going to be seeing as much hurry up this year in that element of things, which makes it easier on the quarterback, less moving parts and him having to set the offensive line and all that. 12th man in Yakima, Washington, calling in. Well, 12th man, I hope you guys aren't melting too bad over there in the middle of the state. I know the summer has been pretty brutal, you guys there. Right down the center. You got that blast of just flames going right down the center of the state. D-Mac is in the house. D-Mac, I will be hitting you up later, my man, for the, we can go get it again. Some dubs. Megan, I'm just glad PC is back and at half speed, granted, but the dude is 71 and had the vid. I was worried about him, Megan. When he got it, when somebody gets it at that age, I mean, that's where you do get a little concerned at that point. But he bounced back pretty good, which was very nice to see. DJ Jimenez, appreciate this as always, Brandon. Well, thank you, DJ. I appreciate you. And if you do like what you're listening to, please do. If you could for me, please hit that like button. It does help the channel out tremendously. You guys have been killing it with that lately. Let's keep it up. Alexander Wheeler says, Pete seems spry as ever. Yeah, he's out there doing 100-yard wind sprints before practice. They had to film him do it. Like, oh, my goodness. That's right, Alexander, still doing the 100-yard wind sprints. Like, good. I'll be telling you this. 71, you ain't going to be able to pay me to run. I will, at that point, I'm in my could give an F phase of life, and I'm purely going to be immobile as much as humanly possible. I'll have no energy. But he's out there doing like gassers on the field. Alexander says, all I ask for is Pete's energy. I don't need any of the regular 4.3 speed we usually get from him as long as the pizzazz is there. There you go. Whitey Wise says, we can keep referring to Woolen as raw, but man, oh man, if he keeps it up, he will have a legitimate chance to start week 1. As I keep saying, this cornerback core is deep. Very well said. And you really encapsulate right there, Whitey Wide, my thoughts on the matter as well. I've thought he was that. I mean, his tape was that. There was many times on his tape where you can see he gets himself tripped up, and it's sometimes not even a matter of the receiver running some beautiful route on him. He just doesn't have the back pedal as fluid as you need to have it there, or he'll take a false step in the wrong direction and then find he did that, shouldn't have done it, and he tries to correct it, and then the feet just get all tangled up together. But I haven't seen any of that in training camp. He has been on it. And it's, again, it must at least be a half dozen reports, including the scrimmage of him having great plays in practice and showing out. This all does go back to OTAs with him, too. Whitey Wise says, more pass over the middle in the mock game than Russ through his whole career. No exaggeration. That's what we're hearing, man. And that's, again, understandable, too, because not only is it a matter of we haven't done it before, but that is built in a big part of what this offense is supposed to be, is featuring not only the short and intermediate pass, but you're going to attack in the middle of the field as well. That's where, hell, Shanahan and Garoppolo have lived over the last 3 years with any of the success that he has had, because he can't push it to the outside numbers. Now, Shanahan's running a different version of the West Coast offense than our particular version, but they all boil down basically to the same place at the end of the day, these offenses. And that's what they are built to do. Easier completions is kind of the nature of West Coast offense than what you get in other traditional offenses. Ethan says, hope the notes were all right. All for the 12s. Ethan, you were awesome for putting those notes out there, man. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, I think it does. The more information, I always say, Ethan, the more that we can get, the more the better. The more info you can get, the more information, the more data, the more you can come to the true answer of things. Be less confused or unsure. Russ is a great player in a lot of ways, just not the ways that I want to see in a modern offense. Yeah, that's true. Why do I, at least here in Brandon's zone of truth, we were saying the thing about Russ before the trade as we did after. Yeah, and we got deep into the Russ. We went deep down the Russ rabbit hole again last week, I think, and it's gonna, I think, continue to be a subject that comes up quite a bit. And especially if you do see success this year in those elements of the game that I talked about, it's going to continue as a subject. I think it's an interesting one to look at because some of the success this year will be bore out of potentially the fact that there is this untapped spot within this offense that once you can tap into it, you're going to get a little more of what we're looking for from a consistency standpoint. But it always does get hard in these type of discussions with it because, as we saw last week, as it can happen, there's people that get very highly emotional on this topic, and so it can really draw out the anger on things. So I won't belabor it again, here today. But I do think it is notable that Seattle's featuring things not just in the pass game, but the run game that they haven't necessarily within this mock game, and some of what we've heard from practices. And I think it's encouraging because, as I've said, beyond Russ and his whatever in this situation in the past, this is all about getting the most success out of Shane Waldron's scheme. And if you bring in a scheme like this, you've got to take it on whole hog. You can't treat it like a buffet. You can't say, okay, we want the Sean McVay offense, but we still want to take the whole shots deep down the field on the constant. No. We want to take Sean McVay's offense, but we really only want to run about one fly sweep a game. No. We want to take on Sean McVay's offense, but we really don't want to utilize outside zone runs or pitch plays. We just want to go attack the A-gap. No. You're going to bring it on. You're going to utilize it. Utilize it in every way. Or go to a different offense. That's the way you need to do that. And I think Seattle, a little bit last year, was doing some of those things. And those three items I mentioned, I think they were also doing it in even just their blocking scheme still, where they weren't fully incorporating into what it is you need to do in this scheme to run block even correctly, because it's just a little bit more different than what you have in traditional schemes and the way what you traditionally ask linemen to do. Even in a zone scheme, I've been doing some research on this, and they've got they call it near man, near shoulder. The Rams do in their offensive scheme and the way that you block. And if you get out into space or you get a puller in space, in zone, you're telling him sometimes to go to a spot on the field and then block that zone, block whoever comes near your zone. Whereas with this one, it's you have a guy out and sometimes he's sort of freelancing a little bit on who he chooses to go to. And the mantra that's going through his head at that point is near man, near shoulder. And what that means is that, let's say I have a guy 5 yards ahead of me that's a safety coming down. And I got a video for this I'll eventually share to kind of show you guys really this clearly. And he's 5 yards away, and theoretically that's my quick, clean guy that I should be going to block. But now I suddenly have a guy, linebacker, flash quicker, close the ground a little bit quicker than what the safety is, and he's like, let's say, about 2 yards away from me, and he's closing fast. Well, I've got to anticipate him as now the near man versus the guy that might be what they're set up in the scheme to block, and he's got to go down, and what he does is he attacks, as I said, near man, so that's the nearest man, and then near shoulder. And that means the outside shoulder of the man, the shoulder that's closest essentially to the offensive player coming up to block, as opposed to trying to block him, let's say, heads up on the front of his pads. So you come up, and that's part of it. If you think about it, if you get that near shoulder, what you're doing naturally is you're creating kind of a pin block, right? Because you have defender, blocker, ball carrier. And it's a very nice way to utilize in the run game versus having to have guys that are just, again, those people movers that are just going to maul guys and blast them off the line of scrimmage. I think they weren't able to get into some of those details as deeply last year because Solari was still the guy running the show there on that offensive line. And this is proven out, of course, by the fact you've had Dickerson now take over the offensive line this offseason. Oh, we got a couple donations in here. Thank you so much. James Tomlinson. Sorry, it took me 18 minutes here to get you acknowledged on there. A little slow today, but I'll catch up. James with a $5 donation. Thank you so much. He says a little crow's nest bump. That's right. Our Mariners got another win here today, so they are still on their way. And if you guys are looking, I know we got people that are very strictly football only. Baseball's boring, man. I get it. But if you are looking for some great baseball content, I have been live streaming over there on the crow's nest on the often and having a lot of fun with it. It's fun doing it, especially this Mariner team. They've been a fun team to track and watch and discuss. But thank you, James. You're very kind. And, of course, thank you for all of your other contributions to the channel, including being a patron. Colby Jack with a big fat $20 donation. Thank you, Colby. You are awesome for that. Big donation. Says, what's your best guess on what will happen with Jacob Eason? I believe Jacob Eason is... I believe that what they will do with Jacob Eason is probably put him on the practice squad when it's all said and done. Historically speaking, Colby, the Seahawks don't carry more than 2 quarterbacks on the active roster. You could make more of an argument that this is a year that you should do it because part of the reason, in historically speaking, why you've only had 2 quarterbacks on the roster is because Russell Wilson was so much of an Iron Man, so able to remain out on the field consistently, and you could count on it, and you knew he wasn't going to go down to injury. And now maybe you have a little bit less of that certainty now with the 2 guys that you have here, and having a third guy could be helpful. I think he stays here one way or another. I think if they did put him on the practice squad, it would be with sort of an agreement that he wasn't necessarily looking to go anywhere if they could pull that off. But I do think that they're going to try to keep 3 guys here one way or another. We haven't seen Ellaby yet, Colby, so that's a part of this that will factor in the undrafted rookie free agent. If he comes in and he's outplaying Eason, then that's going to make it a little bit tougher. But Eason was able to get a couple snaps in this last game. That does show you that he's probably the coaching staff does see him ahead of where Ellaby is at. So I do think he makes the team. I do continue to be one of those guys, Colby, I'm more of a Husky than I would be a Cougar here. I didn't go to the school, but I grew up as a Husky fan, and I'd love to see Jacob Eason succeed. But, the brass tacks with Jacob is this. He's got the big arm. He can throw it across a whole football field, and he's got size. But past those 2 things, he's missing so many other factors within his game. And to think that he can overcome those factors, complete lack of mobility, complete lack of ability to move in the pocket well and sense pressure with subtle movements, not really an anticipatory thrower consistently, does it somewhat, doesn't really throw with much layering of the ball. Everything's coming usually 100 miles an hour. Processing has especially been something he's been knocked for a lot, where it's just 1, 2 to 2, 2 to 3, to the 4. How you going through your process? How you choosing who you're going to pick? So those are things that it's a lot of assemblage there for him to kind of put together, Colby, and get all into one package to finally get there. And I do kind of maintain a little bit too as well. I don't know if as we go into this, the evolution of the NFL as it's moving forward, if it's really going to be set up anymore to allow you to have a quarterback who can't move in the pocket, who has that immobility to him. I'm sure there's going to be some rare guys that can overcome it and still can thrive within it. But as I go forward more and more with these defenders getting faster and faster and it getting harder and harder to block these guys up, it's going to start to, I think, eventually be with the mobility side of things, if it hasn't already reached there, being almost a prerequisite a bit for the position. So that's why I'm a little bit down on him. But with all that said, I still say, Colby, he will still at the end of the day make the roster. And if something happens to 1-2 with these 2 guys, and both these guys, I believe, at some point or another in their career have had some injuries, we could see Eason time. We could be on Eason time, standard Eason time. Thank you for the $20 donation, though, Colby. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you. Whitey says Russ is still a great quarterback. He's just not best suited to the type of O he thinks he can run. I think that's the great place to put it. It's where if you start saying a little bit of bad stuff in that range, it just sounds like you're now becoming a Russ hater, and I'm not. I'm really not a Russ hater. I still think he's a very good quarterback in this league, right there on the cusp of being potentially still a top 10 quarterback in this league. But why you touch on a little bit of where I stand with it, where I just don't think he fits to a West Coast offense. It's not throwing shade at Russ to say that's just not a fit for him and what he does. I think the Broncos will learn that. I think they will adjust to it. How soon they adjust to that will have a lot of, I think, impact on the success of whether or not this season can be successful for them. And if it's something where they're trying to stick to the designs of what they do with Hackett there, they're going to, I think, get disappointed trying to run just the purified type thing. So you got to lean to what he does, but if you lean to what he does, still a very good quarterback. And with the right team built around him, and as I maintain, God forbid one of these teams finally gets him a great offensive line up in front of him, which as far as pass protecting goes, which the Broncos still hadn't done this offseason, I always say he still has upper end, untapped, sky's a little bit still at that point the limit, I think, because you've never actually seen Russell Wilson behind a great pass protecting offensive line or even a very good pass protecting offensive line since maybe his first year in the league, maybe. And even that line was mainly built as run blockers. Alexander says, I saw a lengthy argument on Twitter with someone being angry with Corbin Smith when he mentioned that we haven't seen a lot of seam routes completed like what Locke did with Metcalf. That was the quote. It was, well, shout out to Corbin for writing it. Shout out to him for writing it. If it's the truth, it's the truth. And here's the thing I've learned with this. I've seen it over the course of my years here at the channel now, and I'm kind of developed kind of a callus to it where I just sort of shrug now when people get super angry about something having to do with some guy they love on the team, which I know for a lot of people, Russell's they came to understand and love the Hawks at the very moment Russell was, added to the team and all that. But there is definitely, for these folks, understanding for folks that are on my side of this, being it like guys like Corbin or me, or Brendan, or any of the people that try to talk about these Hawks, and what's required of us is to try to be honest and speak what we see as to be the truth of the situation that's going on. And people don't want to hear that if it's something that's negative towards a certain player. And it's hard to do at times because you're tiptoeing around, you're tiptoeing around the swamp with all alligators ready to bite off a leg. And you're just going, look, I'm just trying to tell you guys what I'm seeing. But yeah, I did. That's funny that they got angry at Corbin about hey, Corbin's being honest, Has he not seen a seam route completed like that in recent practices? The guy's been there every year. If anybody's got a right to say, I haven't seen that, he's got a right to say that, right? So many feelings. Megan, love seeing my boy Cross. Loving what I'm seeing with him. My Hawk sense was right about Cross even weeks before the draft. Thanks for getting me to look at him, B. Of course. He is looking good. He is looking good. Alexander says, I get disagreeing with someone's opinion, but resorting to toxicity is unnecessary. Seems to be commonplace within the NFL fandom. Laughing out loud. That's why I love this community. A lot more real discretion. Yeah, that's also why, look, as we've grown here and we've gotten bigger, I've had to do a little bit more of having mods make sure we're staying manning the doors here. Because, people do, the thing with it is that, and I welcome people's opinion that says, I love Russ. I mean, like, hell, me and UE2K go round and round here all the time on this type of stuff. I do welcome people's opinion that are just thinking Russ is going to slaughter, Seahawks are going to be exposed, and they made a huge mistake going back to Carroll over Russ, which very well could play out and we could find out to be the truth. I'm open to that. I'm open to that potential, and it doesn't make me fall into my feelings for someone to tell me that, even if I disagree with it. But it doesn't seem like you can sometimes have that talk. But you're right. That's why I love this community with it, because we can have open, honest discussion here. People can remain relatively at ease more often than not. 99.9% of people coming in here just can handle it, even if it's a tough discussion, even if we're disagreeing vehemently. It's okay. It's part of what makes, to me, it just makes the discussion that much more interesting versus we have hot button topics that we have to avoid like landmines, or we're going to have body parts flying everywhere. SBZ says, nice hearing Woolen and Bryant staying humble and grinding while Sauce is out getting a diamond crown made before he's even made a play in the NFL. Jeffrey Okuda 2.0. Yeah, the diamond crown. A diamond crown. Oh my God. Oh. I didn't know that, BZ. That's why I'm laughing. I didn't hear about him. Oh yeah. Hey, everyone's already ready to take their step forward as a star before they've done anything. So yeah, I like that too, BZ. I like that we've got, Woolen and Bryant. The other kid is playing pretty good though. Stingley's doing well for the Texans, as far as I heard. So that's at least, he's holding up his end. But I like what we got in the cornerback room right now. I mean, we haven't even talked about Trey Brown, who started out in the PUP, and all of us were super stoked about him. He's just been that lost in the shuffle, right? He's the guy just in the kind of background who's like, hey, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm going to be right soon. I'll be back on the field shortly. Like, don't forget me. As I say, it's such a good problem to have, BZ. Rainy Tacos, why would anyone want Geno to lead this team? I've yet to hear an answer that makes sense. Well, my only answer would have been if he had won the job. I've leaned into Rating Tacos from my angle of let the competition win the day. I wouldn't want Drew to go out there and just be a mess and then say, well, we know what we have in Geno, so even though he's a mess, let's go with what we have and let's just ride with lock on it. But as I said at the top, I've yet to hear anything coming out of camp with Geno as far as him executing the offense efficiently and effectively. And he is into year 2 now. He is being given a full chance. He's known all offseason. He's got the sort of the small lead for whatever it was worth in this competition. His job to sort of lose, you could make an argument a bit with that. But it does indeed sound like, he's losing it. And so if from competition, if Lock's winning out, it's part of why I'm pushing a little bit more to say, let's not waste time on this. The early leader was Geno simply because he had been here longer, not because he's playing better. Okay, well, based on what I've read, Locks now should be probably at the very least even with them, if not maybe a little bit of a nose ahead. Why do I says one thing that stands out in most varied reports from every practice, speed. That is true. Carroll did speak about this might be the fastest, and this is saying something. He said this might be the fastest squad we've ever had here in Seattle, including the Legion of Boom era. Legion of Boom era was big and long and mean and tough and physical, but by no means were they necessarily fast per se. Yeah, so you have put together a little bit of a different unit out there in the way you're putting this not just offense but defense together. And yeah, tackles faster than we've had in quite a bit of time. You got running backs. One's a 4.45 guy. One's a 4.3 guy. You got DK, one of the fastest players in the NFL on the outside. Then Tariq on the other side. We got some speed. Gerald Taylor, Boye Mafe. Wheeler says, based on the fact the first team defense was going against second team offense, it seems like Taylor was feasting on Curhan. That's what I was hearing as well. Taylor was having a day. And he's getting more and more notices. Okay, this guy might have more of a different type of year at the pass rush than we've seen here in quite a bit of time. Even better than, let's say, Frank Clark's 13 sack season that he had as kind of an outlier one year from his many years here. He was okay as a pass rusher, but that year he really was able to get 4 sacks against the Raiders in that year or something that really pushed him up. And we could see a better year out of Taylor this year based on what we're hearing. And he's going to be put in a position to succeed. It'll just be interesting to see too with him, which I think they're going to do. He likes to oddly rush from the left side more than he likes to rush from the right side. So that does put him up against, less likely to be up against the supremely great blindside tackles that exist in this league, though the right side's starting to catch up in NFL circles as far as teams putting the talented guys over on that side that are somewhat equivalent to the blindside guys. You'd also have a little bit of more of a chance of getting kind of chipped by the running back coming out on that side, because running back's usually going to be on the strong side, right side of the formation. So it seems like there's a little bit, but he's more comfortable over there. They caught him in a soundbite in the Colts game last year as he was coming off the field after he just had a sack or knocked Wentz down, where he said, I'm good on the right side. And he says, but I'm a beast coming off the left. That Soviet spy says Woolen is going to be a beast. And that's right. He's going to be a beast. Whether it's this year or soon into the future, that kid is That pick is looking better and better and better by the day. And as I've said, you've never given Coach Carroll here, Carroll, here's this big mound of clay for you to work. You've always worked with clay that's had a certain amount of size, a cupful, a little bit more than a cupful. Here's this big bowling ball like Indiana Jones Part 1 like thing of clay. That ball that's going after Indy in the opening scene. And just go ahead and mold it. You owe ye cornerback whisperer. And I think Carroll's going to be able to do some good work with this kid. No bad habits built in. He gets them just nice and raw, but he gets to put them together just as he sees fit. And as Carroll has shown in his background, and I'm not just talking about his historically as a coach and defensive backs coach. We could go through the whole history of it, but just in his time here with Seattle, beyond even the stars, he's been able to get more with less at times. It's a little thing that I think that sometimes Carroll doesn't get as much credit for necessarily. And I'm really excited to see what he's able to get out of Tariq. Alexander says those three days during the draft were so good for my mental health. So much to be happy about. I was right along with you. Right along with you on that. And it was so encouraging to go through a draft like that and be able to, I'm not one to bone it up. I'm not going to brighten a day for people just to make them feel better about the team. If it's a crap pick, I'll say it's a crap pick, but just over and over for them to just, they were like Bactus Pratty. They were like Julio Rodriguez batting practice squad hitting home runs on those picks over and over. It was like the NFL was like lobbing them up over the middle of the plate, and it's like whoosh, right off the second deck. Raining Taco says Eason equals practice squad, then opening a car dealership in his hometown. You know it's the way. Eason Motors, Eason Honda. You know it's going to happen, Raining. You know it. He's just trying to get into that fourth year of his NFL and get on that pension program. Thank you, Jose. Reminding that, please hit that like button for me if you could, please, if you like what you're listening to. And don't also head on over to Seahawks Jose Rodriguez's channel. Sub up to him too while you're at it. Rain Tacos, from what I saw of the mock game, Locke got results with the ones. He did. Well, they said in the notes he was rocking against the ones on defense, but I was told he was going second team. Everything I've read as far as the offense, he was running it with second team. Truffle says if Drew could win the starting position and play good against his old team, that could be huge. Broncos didn't even give him a chance. Pete catered to Russ. I think it'd be a great situation because though he's a defensive-minded coach, Carroll is a rare defensive-minded coach where he doesn't look at his quarterback as that position on the team that, where's my stick? I need to beat on this guy for a little while. I hate the offense. You have some coaches that have a little bit of that built into them, defensive-minded head coaches, that is. And Fangio was definitely a guy cut from that particular type of cloth. Carroll is not. And he is going to try to concentrate on what you do well, accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, for right or wrong, better or worse. And for a player like Drew Lock, I think from his mentality standpoint and where he's coming from, I think that's going to be a very good fit from him. If it bears out on the field in the results, we'll see. But I think many of the Bronco fans were thinking this. This isn't something coming from Seahawks fans here. This is something I've heard from dozens and dozens of Bronco fans who have come into the stream over the last couple of months talking about the fact that Locke was sold short. That Fangio he got in the doghouse of Fangio for whatever reason. He just could not get himself out. And Fangio kind of like low-key hated him. And maybe not hate him as a person, but just didn't trust his game, didn't like his game. Certainly didn't put him in a lot of positions to succeed in the type of offense they were running there in Denver. And I think that there's an opening here. There's definitely an opening here, Truffles, for him to get in. And again, I've never said with him that he'll ever become a top quarterback in the league, but a guy that certainly, I think from a talent standpoint and ability standpoint, if he can tap into what he was thought to be able to become when he was coming out of college, then that's at least a middle-of-the-road type guy, which will be enough for this team. A middle-of-the-road player, a middle-of-the-road quarterback on this team this season can get us into the playoffs. Maybe doesn't get us further into the playoffs, but can get us, nonetheless, at least into the playoffs. My egotistic aura, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate you. My egotistical aura is saying the Seahawks will be 215. And he says, hashtag go Niners. Well, I always appreciate Niner fans, you guys donating in. And boy, we have a good contingent of Niner fans coming in the chat on the regular. So I appreciate you jumping on in here. But I mean, maybe it's the ego talking there. I'm just saying. You're already saying it's in your aura. It could be your ego and your aura talking there about the two with the Niners. And I heard today Trey Lance had kind of a brutal scrimmage there for the 49ers. Picked off a couple times. He's made some throws this training camp. And I do like me some Trey Lance. I do. You Niner fans out there know that. I'm not suddenly turning anti-Lance now he's got the starting job, but that's your season rests upon that. It does rest upon that. Like I said, I don't think the importance of the quarterback position for us and this team is as deep. And I know Shanahan's been able to minimize the quarterback position in the past, but I don't think if Lance isn't ready that he's going to be able to minimize around where his weaknesses are if he's not at that spot good to go. Much in the way like Garoppolo has, where he's been able to avoid the big mistakes as much as anything in playing the quarterback position for the Niners rather than really accelerate them through. Thank you for the $2 donation, though. Very kind of you. Jeffrey A. Thistle with a $10 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. Very kind of you as well. I salute you, sir. He says, sports media proves to me over and over that they simply don't watch most of these games, especially Seattle games. Holes in Russ's game have been largely ignored this far in coverage of the NFL so far. It is. It's the weird thing for me with Wilson in general when you look at his career a little bit, because I feel like he came in the league and for a year or two, maybe he was into that game manager role, but I felt like he left the game manager role very quickly early on in his career. He didn't have necessarily the prolific stats to back it up, but that he had gotten with his mobility and whatnot to be that dynamic top end type quarterback. But there was that narrative through the league that existed, Jeffrey, for years at that point, 3, 4, 5 years there, where he's just a game manager. I mean, he's all right, but he's just a game manager. Some of that was at the time, Jeffrey, in my opinion, was born out of, like you say, they weren't really watching the games. There was also, you'd hear it from NFL players who'd watch it, they'd see Russell playing the position unconventionally, not on script, not on time, and they would mention this on the often. And I think that's a key point to us on the back end of this. Because then you started to see this shift into 2016, 17, 18, 19, where it sort of, these guys that took a long time to wake up to it sort of went, oh, wait, no, he's actually really great. And he was really great for a good 3-year period there. But those not playing on time or within script still existed within the component of his game throughout that time. It's just that his athleticism was still upper level, one of the best, if not the best, one of the best scramblers in the game, also good with his legs outside of scrambling. And he was able to get the most out of that prime at that point for what he was. And considering especially he was overcoming poor pass protection at times and not always the most consistent at times playmakers out there and what he had to work with, though they did put a lot into the position. Guys would just be Lockett's injury, Richardson's injury, Graham's injury, and whatnot. So then we come into the last couple of year and a half, Jeffrey, especially 2 years, where I do think that some of those same things that those guys were talking about in 14, 15, 16 which were there, but weren't as much of a deficiency enough to hold Russ down, still remain throughout that time period. But then the little bit of the dropping from a physical ability standpoint starts to then put those limitations a little bit more on brighter display. And that's where we kind of come around to it from my perspective on it now and where it stands. Again, still has the best deep ball in the game. Still a top 10 quarterback in this sport. But you're right. I think there's been, especially this offseason, people attributing this as now the Broncos are going to go win the Super Bowl because they've just added Russell Wilson on a team that was last in the division last year, who's going to be playing a very, very tough schedule this upcoming season. Unless he fixes these components in his game. And for the people that are Russ supporters and don't like in this, let me give you a little bit of a carrot on this. Because I've always said with these things in Russell's game that I knock him on or that Jeffrey's intimating about here, these are all things that in many ways can be fixed. He will never be good at throwing short over the middle. He's not going to grow 4 or 5 inches to get to that point. But he can become great pre-snap. He can become great at controlling the line of scrimmage. He can work to throw with more anticipation. He can do a better job of beating the blitz and understanding where his hot route is and being more committed to throwing to it. Many of the liabilities that do exist there within his game, it's the scary part of his game, is that if he can find the fixes on that and the refinement on that, as I say, you're now back with Wilson having a little bit more of an opening on his potential ability on the field, despite the fact that he's aging, because now he's adding things to his game as opposed to seeing certain parts of his game slowly kind of falling away from him. August Bronte, thank you for subscribing, August. I very much appreciate it. It's very kind of you. The Snail with a $2 donation. Thank you so much, The Snail. Says, Drew Lock is better than any quarterback on the 49er roster. Get him, Snail. Get him. Get him. That's right. That's right. Look, I'm a guy that with Trey Lance said he was the second best quarterback I thought coming out in that draft. He did. Just behind Trevor Lawrence. And of course, Mac Jones had the best season last year, which didn't surprise me because I thought Mac Jones was going to tap into his ceiling a lot quicker, that he was going to be the most pro-ready of all the quarterbacks. But on the other end of that spectrum was Trey Lance. And though I love Trey Lance's ability, he was a guy who had sat all year of his final year in college, but for like a quarter or a game there that before they shut the whole program down. He was very young at like 19 years old when he had his one dominating year in college. And then last year he sat all year, but a game or two here or there. And you do wonder with him, is he going to take 1 or maybe 2 years to get to that spot where then now he's really clicking? I do think he gets to a place where he eventually gets to really click and gets to really going. But I do think that there was a little bit of an elongated time period there versus other quarterbacks coming out in that particular draft for him to reach that spot because of his inexperience, because of some of the roughness around the edges of his skill set as it currently stands. So, Snail, look, it very, very well could prove to be right with this, especially acknowledging the fact Garoppolo is about to be released. So, Lance is a question mark, very talented question mark, a lot of ability in that question mark. But it's not an exclamation point. It's a question mark. Thank you for all the donations, though. Appreciate you guys. David Moore says, how did Blythe do? I saw a tape of a few plays and the snap was low. Is that a problem for him? Not that I saw, David. I didn't see at any point with him with the Rams that being an issue. So, he's been out. He's been out. Basically didn't play all year last year. It's a little rough. I didn't hear any reports with Blythe. None. They did some runs up the middle with some marginal success in there, but no reports came out that I saw. And watching the footage, I didn't get too locked in on him that I saw in certain plays. So I'm just not sure on that one. Sorry, David. Alexander says, so even more impressive that he played that well with the second team offense against the first team defense. It's notable. As I said, Gino's got the road paved of gold in this particular mock game, getting the second team defense. And unless the Seahawks defense is just as deep in the second team as it is in the first team, again, to me, it's lockout performing him there isn't just now a step above and just from a statistical and what he's able to get in results on drives on the football field as far as sheer points. But you got to give him a little extra bump on top of it, considering that the competition he was playing against was much tougher than what Gino got, and what he had going for him was much lesser than what Gino got. Both ends of the stage there. Thomas, has anyone saw the scrimmage yesterday? Thomas, we had Ethan Techworld was at the scene. He had some notes on it. I read at the top of the show. He was our man he was our ground zero guy right yesterday. Rainy Tacos, Gino hasn't shown any ability to play in the fourth quarter or when games are on the line. I'm bummed we're even considering starting him. Even if Locke is trash, it's more fun to find out than roll out Gino. You're not alone in that, Raining Tacos. There's a lot of people that feel just how you feel on this in the Seahawks fandom. I find myself in a little bit of a different area of it. I would love it if Drew could win the job, and I'm advocating even now if he's overtaken Gino to take the start, he should get the first start in Pittsburgh this first preseason game. Let's not mess around. But if Gino's outplaying him, if the coaching staff's looking at the practice footage and he is indeed playing better, I really would like the best man to win the job. And let that, as much as anything for setting the tone with this organization, it's a little bit of where I feel like when I look at this Seahawks team over the last 5 and 6 years and some of the ways that they've lost themselves off of what they were when they walked in the door 10 years back, was more of a willingness to truly let competition win out and understanding how productive and helpful that is for your team, as opposed to aligning guys to slots because we drafted this guy, he's more exciting, or we know what this guy is, so we want to just go with this guy that's more of an unknown. But truly, no, every guy in every position is out there and starting because they want it over every other guy on this roster. I think there's a little bit of and it's more of a mentality thing to me. It's more of a culture thing to me. But I think that there's something within building that in the essence of the team that just has really great benefits, as everyone knows nothing is given. And so you always are getting everyone's best effort. And I think if you do it at the quarterback position, I think it puts a big stamp on that being the way you are looking to run your team. Pearl Haggard says, Geno looked reckless, inaccurate, and out of control. It wasn't even close between them. Well, and my notes from Ethan yesterday certainly seem to indicate that as well. What we've heard from reporters are that as well. And I can't give Geno, Pearl here, I can't give him a lot of slack. I can't. I've been a benefactor of him. I did a video on that I posted to the channel there about doubters beware with him. But he's making me look a little bit silly here in the respect of he hasn't come into camp and looked like what we thought he was going to look like. I wasn't expecting stardom from this guy, but I was expecting him to be proficient and have great command of the offense and be able to orchestrate some drives in here. And the fact that Locke, despite being behind the 8 ball, despite being new to this offense, is at the very least keeping pace with him, to me does start to put a little bit more of an edge into the department of Drew Lock at this point, and just why I'm also leaning into saying, all right, let's start riding with him and see what he's got. Holy chat. Caleb Frida's amazing channel. Thank you for always keeping everyone updated. Go Hawks. Hey, my pleasure, Caleb. You come in and watch. I'll come in and pump out the videos, brother. So appreciate you on that. Thank you. So it's Pie. That's exactly what happened to Rainy. Oh, you're talking Rainy Jones. Not for sale. Tariq Woolen, X, Kobe Bryant, X, Trey Brown, X, Sidney Jones is a solid cornerback core, plus Justin Coleman and Ugo Amadi. And don't forget, not for sale. You still got Artie Burns in there as well. That's how deep it is. You can't even, all these guys, like Artie Burns is having a good camp. There's a top 10 players in camp right now. You very well might see Artie Burns on that. But yeah, it's as deep a cornerback room as we've had here in a very long time. At the very least since 2012, I would say. That's Soviet Spy. There's a channel called That Chancellor, but it's spelled a bit weird. Yeah, it's that one that had the video. He's got, that's one where you can just check it out. As Soviet Spy said, it's a little bit of a weird spelling on it, but he's got a couple of videos there from the scrimmage yesterday. Ethan says, another note I forgot to add with Kenneth Walker. Sometimes if he ran up the middle or did some kind of counter run, he sometimes got too cute with his change of direction, which got him in trouble. Understandable. That's that whole thing players talk about going from the college level to the NFL level, and they say, what's the difference? What's the main difference? And every NFL player will basically answer the same way. Speed of the game. Speed of the game. Stuff you could do in college, the time you had in college to do a bunch of moves, you don't have that time anymore to do that. You got time to make one move. And that's going to come with carries and time, and that's a bit of the rookie learning curve you have. Part of why I've said too, with the folks that are saying, well, he's going to start this year, he won't start over Penny. You're going to work him in, you're going to get him acclimated and brought up to speed here in that respect of things. But I'm not surprised on that, Ethan. He did a good job on that outside run to bounce it out, though. That's definitely going over the back of that tackle, and he got that to the edge and showed off that speed. Tom Cox says, Woolen looks good, but when preseason will give me a better idea. We need to see him in games, don't we? We absolutely do. But they're building towards something, right? As opposed to he's had a whole rough camp, he's been up and down, then you get to the first preseason game and he makes some random interception. And you go, okay, what do I take from this? How do I make my assessment on this? But balling out in OTAs. One of the stars in OTAs. Could flash throughout camp multiple times over. Now starts going banger in the preseason games. Now you start going, okay, now he's stacking these performances up a little bit beyond just this one preseason game. Sale says Russell's best years are behind him. Seahawks won the trade. Very well could. Very well could. We will learn a lot about that this year. Tom says, I didn't see Walker, Cross, or Lucas play, but looking forward to it. I'm happy Sherman was talking to Carroll, though. It was good to see them get along. You want all the old guys to be on good terms with Carroll. And there be reverence and warmth between them. Sam the Great, I don't want a player who doesn't want to be a Hawk. Bye. Yep, me neither. Ethan says, also, as I was watching, I really want to emphasize the difference in how long Geno was holding the ball versus Locke. Geno was really holding it too long. Again, a thing it's kind of a blistering criticism too, and Ethan, in that respect, because you think again, year 2 now, running with the ones, he would have an ability to go through his progression and find that open target or work through the defense a little bit there. But to be kind of confused and not being willing to kind of pull the trigger, that does provide some concern. Navy J says, why is Locke not getting 1 reps at practice today? I'm making the Navy J. I'm making the argument for it. You know, I'm saying this is what I want to see. You know, so I think it's going to be sooner than later at this pace. This isn't just the scrimmage. This is through this training camp, and that he's been better. So I think it's only at this point kind of a matter of time as we're seeing this start to hash out. It's the beauty of competition. Cream rises to the top. Tom Cox says Evan Hill was complaining that Russ got booed in Seattle today. Yeah, people getting their, again, a lot of feelings in regards to Russ. And I get it. I get the feelings with it. I have love for him. He helped us get a Super Bowl, got us to 2 Super Bowls, held this team afloat through years where we weren't as good from a roster standpoint. I have all of that. At the same time, now I can understand why people would also boo. Guy doesn't want to be here anymore. Guy basically turns down wanting to be here. You're sitting on right now $44 million of dead money this upcoming season, and you have basically a year that's, you know, this is basically a year where you're hoping young guys can come forward and that all of your draft picks can pop and things can come align, but you're overcoming that dead money. And the big part of that dead money, a huge portion of that dead money is Russ. And so he wanted out. He was willing to have us eating $38 million last year. And I understand he's got every right to ask his way out. I do kind of wonder if, like, maybe before you signed that contract last time, if you had some of these feelings, don't put the team in a place where you walk out the door and you take a match and throw it on the gasoline that soaked the curtains and the couch a little bit. And we did get some draft capital back from him, so it's not like we just got nothing for it. But at the same point in time, I'm not saying that's why the people are booing, but I can understand it. I don't know if I'm going to boo. I'm not going to sit there and boo for a player. That's not my thing necessarily with it, but I can understand where people come from with it. And again, I just don't get my feelings. Like, I feel like I need to have more feelings. I feel like I must be like somewhat dead inside considering how many people get up in arms on stuff. And I just can't quite get there. My dead inside. Travis 303. Sorry. Ethan said there was the occasional rough blocking the run play. Yeah, they just put on pads, you know. You expect that a little bit. Plus, I think this is a pretty gnarly defense. Front 7. Megan says, B, can you explain how the practice squad thing works, how players get on it, etc.? Yeah. Practice squad is comprised of 16 players, Megan. And these would be players that you can call up to the active roster at any one time. We're at 53-man roster right now. So you can bring them up that. You can only have active roster of that many guys. You can have the 16 on the practice squad. It used to be you could only have rookies or real young players for like 2 years on the practice squad. The NFL's opened it up and let you've had veterans on it, along with expanding the practice squad itself. So you're able to stash guys on there beyond having just developmental guys now. You can get a guy, if you've got to call him up to start for you, he can get in there and hang in there okay. Like Phil Haynes we saw last year, who spent most of the year on the practice squad. So the one downside of the practice squad as opposed to the active 53-man roster, Megan, is that a team at any point in time can come in and pluck one of those practice squad players and elevate them to their active roster, and there isn't anything you can do about it. The player can turn down going to the team that's trying to get him. He could be like, I have a relationship established here. We have a plan in place. I know the team's going to give me a chance in X amount of games or in next year when that guy goes in free agency. And so maybe he will be willing to stay. And some players do that. But that's the problem with that's the one issue there with the practice squad is you can have guys plucked and taken. It used to be a bigger problem for us when we were more in the Super Bowl run as teams were really valuing our roster. And if anybody ended up on the practice squad, you had teams that were chomping at the bit to go and steal them from us. Rip them from our grasp. Steven Seipert, the Mariners have a lot of upside to their offensive game this season. I can see them making the wild card postseason. If they continue at the pace they're going now, only time will tell us their fate. I have been very high on the Mariners throughout this year, Steven, and I thought more as this year went together, they would come together more, and the more healthier you got, the better the team would get. I've long suspected that the more you are able to get back from injury, and these are not necessarily major injuries, but once they get them back from it, they get the guys fully up to speed, this lineup will be enough with what you bring. And that what you're bringing is maybe the best defensive team in baseball, one of the best starting rotations in baseball, one of the best bullpens in baseball. And while the offense may have some limitations to it, they don't have to do a whole hell of a lot of scoring when you have that. And as Mitch Haniger is already showing with his return now, they're and like, what do you have, 2-3 hits today or 2 hits and a walk today? You know, it's, as I've said, those guys get into the bat and those are professional hitters. They're going to come in there and they're not going to hit 200. They're going to give you a 275 at least with some pop. So you have a right to feel optimistic like that, my man. Ethan, on the other hand, if Locke was looking downfield and didn't see his guys open, he would hold the ball or run in circles like a certain quarterback we knew. He had his check down. He knew he had his check down and took it. Oh, on the other end, Locke was looking downfield, and if he didn't see his guy, he wouldn't hold the ball or run in circles like a certain quarterback we knew. He knew he had his check down and took it. That's good to hear. Check downs is going to be something I'm going to monitor this year to see if we start to feature that way more than we have in the past. Oscar says, a lot of people believe that Boye Mafe will be limited this season since he's a rookie. Do you think it's possible for him to reach 8+ sacks this season? I think it's going to be hard for him to pull it off. I do, Oscar. I do like Mafe's upside, but Carroll has already indicated that indeed, to your question on this, they're going to put him into that specialized pass rusher role where he spells Hunt Taylor or he spells Owusu. And that's so that doesn't mean he's going to be playing 60-70% of the snaps, which probably be about what it would take to get up to that 8 type sack season. I see more of a first year 5 sack year, but a lot of pressures. He's being asked when he comes in to just pin his ears back and go after the quarterback. Probably not going to be asked to play a lot against the run. I think that's going to put him in a chance to be successful. And if Seattle can get into more opportunities than I think they're going to be in being up on teams, Oscar, because it's going to take attempts. And if you're a team that's down in games or it's a very close game, the other team can be a little more balanced. Just not the opportunities to get to that spot. I think when Irvin got his 8 sacks in his rookie year, he was your de facto starter from the jump early on there in the defensive end. He eventually became more of a rotational guy with that, but he got those opportunities to get to that 8 sack point, which I just don't think that Boye is going to be able to get, especially with Carroll telling us how they're planning on using him at this point. Jeffrey A. Thistle with another $10 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. I really do appreciate it, my man. You're very kind. He says, I've seen elements of high arrogance if Drew Lock does succeed here. I worry about his personality on a long-term contract. He feels like a wild card off the field. Yeah, he's not. I like he said the right things. He's carried himself in the appropriate ways. You worried a little bit about him with the rapping and the dancing, and sometimes like, okay, is his head in the game here, or is he more? You know, is he kind of one of these players that sort of just likes I'm a football player, and I don't think I would put that label on him as of yet. I do share your hesitancy in wanting to look at him on a long-term contract. If he goes out here this year and has a type of year, which I think he's capable of having, but is not a blow the doors off the season type year, and I'm talking 3,600 yards, 25 touchdowns, 24 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, something in that range. To me, I'm not looking to spend $30 million a year for that type of production on the football field. I would much rather go after the quarterbacks in this upcoming draft. One of the quarterbacks in this upcoming draft. That's what we're trying to avoid to me, Jeffrey, within this is getting back into that same bucket where we're paying a quarterback a ton of money. And especially for a quarterback that is not a field tilter. I don't think Locke necessarily tilts it in that way. Now, if he goes out and has a 4,700 yard season or a Jared Goff season that he had with the Rams a couple of years ago, 4,600 yards, 32, 33 touchdowns, it's going to be hard not to. There's going to be a lot of the fan base calling for it. It's going to be hard to just let him walk on down the road at that point. But I would still, I think, advocate for that. I'm just getting more into the realm of believing that there's a little bit of peril fraught here with constantly thinking that the only way is to just pay the quarterback. Then to me, it just doesn't. There's just better paths. Ethan says Locke was doing a good job of letting the receivers work for him. Short passes, yak yards, check downs. Love it. That's what I'm saying. This offense puts him in a position with nice, easy throws most of the time. Megan says, I have budgets $4K for 12 shopping. Hell yeah. Megan's ready to roll. Maxwell says Drew is holding his own, but I still think Geno will start. It could happen. We'll see. Alexander says, saw stats that said there have only been 4 seam routes completed to Metcalf since he got here. Feel like that should be a per game stat with him. Agreed. I think that was one of those throws that's just not necessarily in. Russell's got a good throw deep down a big deep ball down the field, but you saw Golden Tate reference this going from Russell Wilson to Matt Stafford, and that if we're talking about RPMs, he's not an RPM guy, is Russell. He's a placement guy. He's got a real pinpoint spot where he can usually put it most of the time. But the seam route's all about the hose, and we know Drew Lock's got a hose. Tom says Evan was complaining about the Seahawks booing Russ today in Seattle. Fans are angry and hurt with Russ, plain and simple. Yeah, that's why I say it's like everybody wants us to just raise our head and be like, just remember what he did. I remember him bitching and moaning his way out of town for a year, and throwing shade at the organization when he could, and throwing shade at his body. Like, I'm not, again, this is one of those places we get to, Tom, where you're like, I'm not trying to take away from Russ and say like, shouldn't be revered here. He should be revered here, but and not just what he did on the field, but I think I saw it was mentioned within that is what he's done in the hospital and visiting the hospital and the community work he's done. It's all 100% completely legitimate, that stuff. But at the end of the day, you can also be a little bit spurned by the fact that he's kind of put the organization in the position they're in now so that he can raise his star, so he can brighten his brand. And that's going to make certain people get a little bit, welcome to being a fan. Ari Lynn, what's your outlook on the cornerback room? Sidney Jones and Artie Burns going to be league average or below? Oh, no, Ari. Not at all. No, I think competition is going to push upper-level starters out there on both positions. Sidney Jones, every year in this league that he's been in it, he's gotten a little bit better. And I think it's important to consider because he was coming off that major injury that he suffered at his pro day, a torn Achilles, which oftentimes can even take years to get back to near where you were before. A guy like Thomas Davis is a guy that strikes to mind as an example of that. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be Sidney Jones and Kobe Bryant that are your 2 starters. And I've long suspected that that's going to be the case. I think Artie Burns is going to push Kobe, and then it's going to be a battle that goes right down to the wire, Ari. But I do think at the end of the day, Kobe, with his ball skills and what he can bring as far as potential INTs from the position, are going to be enough to get Carroll excited and have him in. But Artie will be the first guy off the board. I don't expect stardom from either Sidney or Kobe at that point. But like I said, upper level starter play at least. Average to above average, let's say. Dwayne Brown finally getting a look this late by the Jets speaks volumes that it was a good decision to move on from him. His talent must have dropped off. Now with Andrew Whitworth retiring, I don't think Jason Peters is playing another year right now. Dwayne Brown would be the only guy, if I'm not mistaken right now, 35 years or older trying to play left tackle in the NFL. As they say, Father Time is undefeated. Your body wears down. You just can't hold up at that age. And he had a good year last year. So you're right. It speaks volumes. I just think teams look at that age and they just don't want that risk. Pooping Bear Marsh says, any advice on things to watch for when I go to the Pittsburgh Steelers next weekend? I think concentrating on, because you can sometimes see with that, I'd love to have you, Pooping Bear, put some comments in after you watch the game just like Ethan has here. Keep an eye on kind of what's happening, what we see off camera. So who's getting open? Who's, as far as receivers on the secondary, who's holding up on the back end? Are the Seahawks running a lot of varied stuff from cover 1 to cover 2? Are they working, any sort of exotic looks on their coverages, or does it just look like they're just dropping into their deep zones? Mason Dale, how much do you see Penny playing in the preseason? Hardly. Probably won't get more than 5 carries to 6 carries in total. Ariel Aguilar says, is Jimmy a possibility even during the season? The Niners are going to do something here eventually with Jimmy. I don't know what the hell they're doing, quite honestly. They don't want him, but they're also not fully seemingly committed to trade, but they know they got to release him, but they're not really wanting to, but they know they got to do it. But does anybody want to trade for him? Nobody wants to trade for him. It's a very much a kind of a mess of a situation. Is he a possibility here? Sure, he's a possibility. Is it, I think, a likely possibility? No. I didn't think it was this offseason. I didn't think he's really a fit for what we're going to want to do with this offense at times. I don't think he has the arm to really take advantage of DK Metcalf like you'd like. And I think the cost was going to be exorbitant. So I still think it's a no from Seattle's standpoint. But if he's cut and he is a free agent, there's no doubt that Seattle would probably at least kick the tires on that one. Ryan Millward, I'm frustrated that Drew is still not getting first team reps, even after being arguably better at the mock game. I love Geno and I love Drew. I think Drew will start and I'm rooting for him. I'll stand with either quarterback we have. Both are being extremely underrated and overhated. Oh, what a great term. Underrated and overhated. Ryan, I'm going to maybe steal that for a thumbnail title at some point. That is poetic, brother. Poetic. And you better believe it. I'm with you on Drew. I'm ready to see Drew roll. We've got a couple weeks of camp now. You got your first scrimmage game. You only get 3 preseason games this year. I think we've got to establish somebody as the guy here. And again, understanding Geno had a little bit of an early lead. So not only has he lost to me that early lead to where they're even, but now Drew's gotten a little bit ahead of him, which is a significant amount of ground that Drew Lock has covered here. So I'm at a point where I think first game, I'm still going to give Geno his share of snaps, but this Geno getting first team offense against second team defense and struggling, it's kind of hard to place. But I'm still with you, Ryan. I still got love for Geno too. Pearl says Geno has no composure yesterday. He's a loose cannon, not starting material. Well said. Well said. Thank you for some of the insight, Pearl, on the side. Tom, I would not get him if Seattle was a quarterback away from Super Bowl. Yeah, but Seattle needs more talent. On Jimmy, yeah. Wide, very small chance, but if Locke turns into a franchise quarterback, Seattle resigns him to friendly 4-year deal. Use 2023 picks to get Will Levis. Pete would not say it, but he would be thinking F you and F you and F you. You're cool, F you. It's possible. I mean, if he has a good year, I could see them sign him. I think they've been trying to fit to their blueprint, but if they get pleasantly surprised, I don't think, to your point, it would look very juicy to have those first-round picks and those 2 second-round picks, and you just get to put them on the best players available on your board, and you got the quarterback position taken. I mean, you could put together quite a team on the back of those picks along with what you've done in this last draft. Maxwell says if Drew does start, I hope they don't if he's an all right season. Don't sit him if he has an all right season. Jesse Aguirre, Tariq was starting over Bryant in the mock. Ooh, okay. Well, maybe he's overtaken him as well. Bryant's been doing his thing too, but maybe he has reached that place where he's now getting on the better end of it too. So interesting. Okay, Jesse. It's a little tidbit. The Snail says Kyler Murray, number 1 COD player in the NFC. Just watch out for those double point weekends, Snail, right? Ariel Aguilar, how's Kobe Parkinson looking? Really good. Really good. He made a catch in the game yesterday on a route over the middle, and then he had a very key block that sprung Kenneth Walker in the game. So he was playing some solid ball. And what's nice with Kobe is he's really fitting into more of a traditional type tight end versus what, as he himself spoke on, what he was when he was coming out of college, which was more of a pass catching type of tight end. He's turned himself into more of an inline blocker. That's hard to do. It takes commitment. But every time I see him in there blocking now, even going back to last year, he's been good in doing so. Alexander says, as much as I'm a proponent of moving on to a young head coach, I hope Carroll turns this team around and solidifies his spot in the Hall of Fame. He deserves it after developing the greatest defense of all time. I think he's already in there at this point. Carroll's is going to get in the Hall of Fame. They'll make some minor consideration, even just to a degree of also what he did at USC. But he will get in there when it's all said and done for what he's done. But that would help him. You're right. That would put it over the top. GoOxo5 says rookie prediction. Charles Cross, 17 starts. Walker, 800 all-purpose yards. Mafe, 4.5 sacks. Lucas, 17 starts. I like it. Very, very not shooting for the moon there. Go Hawks. Realistic. I can fit with that. Jesse says DeBlanco was making some plays at the game yesterday. Okay. Well, Brendan was trying to hype me up to him, Jesse. So I'm starting, I guess, to warm to DeBlanco. We need some help in the middle, so Lord knows. Go Hawks. Bryant's 8 starts. Woolen 2 starts. 0.5 sacks for Tyreek Smith. Melton Young, good special teams help. I like it. Why do I had concerns with pass rush? Nice to hear Taylor being a dog. Mafe, Smith, Robinson are looking good. Article said Robinson lost 10 pounds and looks faster, better than ever. Pressure sets up everything. Boy, does it ever. Megan, I have no idea what to expect as this was my first draft, but I was so surprised it wasn't the same old, and Cross at 9 was brilliant and well worth staying up for 3 straight days to see. That was great. That was a great draft. I had fun with that. It's one of my favorite times of year. August Brandon, Brandon Robinson lost 15 pounds. Yep. Tom Cox, the stats show that Locke is reminiscent to Drew Brees, and stats from Brees' first years are close to Locke's. Could be with it. The key difference is Brees going to a guy like Peyton first necessarily. Waldron's probably not the same type of offensive mind that he's going to, but from where their original stops were, Schottenheimer, Fangio, very similar in how they looked at the quarterback position throughout their coaching careers, being that they didn't have a lot of love for it. Somebody's Pie says Drew got suspended 1 game against the Saints because he broke COVID protocol and took his tracker off. Fangio admitted that this was the biggest reason he didn't trust Locke anymore. It's kind of a crazy reason to not trust your guy. Huh. Travis, I understand the anniversary of my dad's death is, BSE. Are you a fan of the Hawks rebuilding, says BSE? I am a fan of the Hawks rebuilding, yeah. I say BSE, there's 4 places and stages you are, and it almost doesn't matter the sport. Just about doesn't matter the sport that you could potentially be. You're either in a rebuilding phase, you're on your ascent, you're middle of the road, or you're an elite contender. If I'm a bad team, I should be in a rebuild state. But if you don't find yourself in one of those 4 places, you're in the wrong place. And if you're in the middle state, you need to find yourself a way to either get to 1 of 2 places, either back to rebuild or up to elite, which means you need to start making major swings to go to elite or major teardowns to get back to rebuild, because being in between is the worst of places to be. So the fact that they have fully embraced here a rebuild with this BSE, and that they're still, despite doing the rebuild, they've stacked up a pretty good roster here, means I think that they're not going to have to take a long period of time to turn this thing back around and getting back to being a contending team. JT says there's a realistic possibility the Hawks could lead the division in rushing yards and rushing attempts. That will keep us in most games. Very well said, JT. I've been making an argument throughout the course of this offseason, and a couple of the pillars of that argument for the Seahawks being better than people think are one of the better rushing attacks in the league. This preserves your defense. This moves more of the chains. This relieves pressure on the quarterbacks. Now your fresh defense is not on the field for as long as it's been, like last year where they led the league in time of possession on the field. You have now an ability from a defensive side of the ball with the adjustments you've made, adopting the cover 2 shell principles to maybe be a little bit better on the defensive side of the ball on top of that. And then you've got a great special teams unit as well. I think those all come together to keep you in games and help you, at the very least, to me, be a more of a middle of the road team with some potential to get into becoming a playoff contending team. Why do I say anyone else see Sherman the mock game instantly thought, man, did those dudes hate Russ? First camp, Russ is gone and they come back to the franchise. Very telling. You could say. Alexander, yeah, I'm always cool with having a discussion with fans of other teams, but people coming in with the sole purpose of baseless exclamations is just a waste of time. It is. It is. That's why I say we got to be harder on those type of things, because those people come in and all they want to do is just uproot the good conversation, the good discussion we're having regarding football. And I don't need that in this channel. If you want to come in here and you like this channel and you like listening to it, you want to be a part of the community, then understand we're going to be respectful with each other. And we're not going to, and coming in and just saying, we the best, and that doesn't do anything. That's not adding to the discussion. Tom, come on, holding out hope on Lance to be like Mahomes would be crazy. They have to put Lance in because of all the capital they spent. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I think that there's the pressure to play him here, Tom, right? As well as I don't know that they can roll with Garoppolo in total and what they have in this team right now, which is the cap. Maybe they could. But when they were at 5, I don't know how they've got, I've yet to look at the deal and how they did it with Debo, but they had only $500,000 of cap space before that. And there seems to be an acknowledgement league-wide that eventually Garoppolo will be released. Ryan Ball, fun fact, Carroll's 2 college football national championships teams was with a quarterback who lasted 3 years in the NFL. There you go. He's a defensive-minded coach, so defensive-minded coaches are always going to usually favor to more of a team than anything else, but he is very much thoroughly so, looks at the football team through the total team philosophy. He's not just looking to build an amazing defense that's some Legion of Boom 2.0. He wants balance. And I think he does consider all factors of a team rather than just trying to make one a true amazing strength. Carson says Drew was playing with the ones today. There we go, Carson. Thank you. I guess I did remember I did read that. I'd forgotten about that. But that's a great note. So maybe we're already starting to see the adjustment just a little bit. Just a little bit. That gets me excited. They were not as good as he told me. And if I do miss you in the chat, we got a lot of people here in the chat. So if I do miss your comment or question, it's not on purpose. I'm not trying to ignore you. Just repost it again if I happen to miss it. I'm a little behind on the chat. We got a lot of people in here, so it does sometimes people get lost in the shuffle on it, which I'm not trying to do. Exit Goldie 84. Drew Lock has 25 touchdowns and 20 interceptions in his NFL career. Yes, he does. Mason Dale, give me your top 5 players you're most excited to see. Good question. I think Colby Bryant and Tariq Woolen are 2 guys that get me stoked to see what they got to bring. Abraham Lucas. Noah Fant. And Darrell Taylor. With what we're hearing about him seeming like he's he's tapped into another gear this offseason, I'm very interested to see what he's going to bring to the table as well. So those would be my guys. Chase Stern with a $5 donation. Thank you, Chase. Very kind of you. He says, I hope Drew Lock wins the job. Do you think Gino pulls the race card again? No. I think that the way that this is going to be structured is that they've opened this competition up for both of them. And I think Gino's going to have a hard time at this point coming back and saying that I won the job based on the reports we heard. Did you outplay him there in the scrimmage? No. If they go to a preseason game and Lock outplays him there again, like why do you think you've earned this job? Well, because I've been here. Well, that's not what the philosophy within the Seahawks, building there is not because I've been here, I get the job. Competition's king. You got to win it. And it's not, I think it's going out on too far of a ledge here to say that Gino's just not taking any steps to win that job so far in training camp. It's early. There's a lot of training camp still here left for him to turn around, as he himself noted in a recent press conference about a day ago. But time is ticking here. And I think he's going to have a hard time to pull that card if he's going to try to pull it. I wouldn't think he would, though. As he said yesterday, he's going to support Drew Lock whether he's the starter or not. And I'll take him at his word on that one. Snail with a $5 donation. Thank you, Snail. I really do appreciate all of you guys. I salute you guys for the great donos, the channels. Thank you so much. He says, yeah, I'll boo Russ just like Sherman and Thomas. I'll still cheer for Bobby, KJ, and Lynch. It's not about leaving. It's how they leave. Very well said, Snail. Very well said. And, I couldn't hold any Seahawks fan account as well, or any Seattle fan account as well, being that you've had to watch a lot of great players leave, even in the midst of their prime, that you grew up rooting on and you watched them grow, and just they get to be great. They're at their greatness, they go. Had to watch a lot of guys walk out the door for different reasons. And I think I'm of line with you, Snail. I can understand looking a little differently at cluster of those guys versus other guys and the way that they, as you said, how they left. It's a fantastic way to put it. Fantastic. Larry Job, thank you for subscribing to the channel. You are awesome for doing so. The Snail, who won that game? Pooping Bears. Marcus. Tom, Wilson could have done that last few years. I think he'll change now. He believes Carroll was wrong, not him. He can change anytime, yeah, that's for sure. If he does, he will find himself back to being in an elevating state rather than a degrading state from the quarterback position, which is there for his taking any point in time. It just takes understanding your limitations and then needing to really work on them to master them. This season will be the most pressure Russ has ever had since his rookie season. Denver expects him to win them a Super Bowl. I see him falling short, though. It's a lot on his pressure this year, a lot on his shoulders this year, because they are looking at him saying, we've given up these assets. You're the guy to bring us in. You're the guy you're the missing piece here. And to do that in your first year in a new offense with a new coach, with new personnel around you, I think to your point on that, it does get harder as you go into next year because Russ is going to demand such a high contract after this season. There is not going to be any discounts. And boy, $55 million a year, I think, is going to be probably the price to keep Russell in the fold there. And then it's going to make building out the rest of that roster very hard moving forward. Exit Goldie 84. Kyle Shanahan can make the playoffs with any quarterback, honestly. Our defense is our strength. Niners are built to win. You've got a great team. You do have a great team. But I do think, yes, there's an element to that that's true in your statement on that for sure. There's also the fact that you have to have a quarterback there then that is able to also avoid the mistakes. And as I said earlier, with Jimmy, it's almost as much more than in the plays he's making. It's the bad throw, bad mistakes, poor decision-making type stuff that he avoids for the most part that allows them never to really be put behind games or have that defense really on their heels because the offense is mucking it up just that bad. You have a guy like Trey Lance with a little bit more of that boom-bust aspect. Maybe he has a little bit more of a penchant at that point to make some of those perilous throws, to make some of those mistakes that Garoppolo was able to avoid, while also bringing some plus sides to his game too. So it's not all bad. But I do wonder about that quotient within an XE. It's almost like, the argument could be made, yes, he can get by with any quarterback who understands they can't make mistakes. It's their job as much as anything not to lose the game as it is to win the game. Does Trey Lance have that built within his mentality right now? Maybe. We shall see. Alexander says, I don't plan on putting a lot of faith in Locke until I see some games from him, provided he wins the competition. Same thing with Lance. I'll wait and pass judgment until I see real games. It's a good way to go about it. Hey, Brandon, Locke is surprising. Geno needs to focus He is. I agree with you, man. And he better focus quick or he's going to lose this job. He's going to get to messing around. How about Colby Parkinson winning those 50-50 balls? This roster is better than some people think. Will be fun season. I'm going to have a great time this year. Just watching it all unfold. And I agree. There's more uncertainty, and and by uncertainty, that goes both ends of the table here. And then I think this team could surprise. And you know me, why do I spent 2 months building a case for how this team could be good. It was an acknowledgement of understanding that, yes, all the pundits and analysts and experts and former players, we're hearing the cacophony of everybody speaking from every section of the, of the theater, so to speak, telling us that they're not going to be good. But I think that there's a chance here that they can be better than bad, and that it's not just a pie in the sky type look at things when you really break it down. Beats by DJ Shark. Lockett better than Metcalf. Thought? No. There's a reason Metcalf's making $5-6 million more a year than Lockett is. Lockett's a very good receiver. Metcalf is a beast. Maxwell says the amount of over-the-middle targets in the 2022 Seahawks mock game might have been more than Russell Wilson's career total in Seattle. They were definitely working it. Tom says, I honestly think Seattle against Denver crowd will be mixed, but Seattle fans are hurt. Yeah, it'll be a mix. You'll get a little boos. You'll get some cheering. Our says, hey, Brandon, I'm not booing Russ. He did his 10 years with Seahawks. Russ traded on his last year of high trade value. If he went more years, he'd lose trade value. Yeah, I mean, he wanted his way out. He definitely pushed for his way out of town. and he was pushing for his way out of town, I think, for quite a bit of time. And I'm not booing him if I'm in the stadium and he's playing in it, but I understand if fans do, and I don't begrudge them for it. Nick Guerrera, do you think maybe Russ was not trying as hard for the past couple of years and doing better in Denver this year? Probably been upset since Schneider went to go check out Josh Allen. Boy, it's I can't believe it to be the case, Nick, because it is just such a ballsy move to go into the tank like that as a player and then still trust you as you're aging into your mid-30s are still going to be held to a certain level of value at that point and given that opportunity after mucking it up that bad on purpose. It's possible, but boy, would it be a higher wire act for a player to pull off, Nick. And because of that, I just can't believe that was the case. I think more likely there's an element here where rather than going totally in the tank and sort of like just on purpose sucking, I think there's a little bit of maybe confidence level within Russ, maybe just lost faith and just that the spirit wasn't there as much and that's less about him on purposely doing something and something that's more maybe subconscious. But I just can't think of him purposely doing it in that way. The damage he could have done to himself, and especially a guy that looks at himself through such a prism of where he will stand historically, I just don't think he would do it. I see why you think that, and you're not the only one who said that, by the way. I've heard it said in other places, but I just can't quite think that would be the case. Chase Stern with a $10 donation. Thank you, Chase. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you guys. So kind. He says, I'm getting so tired of hearing other Hawk fans constantly moan about the quarterback situation. Like, can't you wait a year for a potentially all-time quarterback class? Why are so many Hawk fans so impatient? That's, I think, the nature of sports, Chase. I think the nature of sports, especially in the modern era, is we're looking for things to get fastly fixed, and people look at the situation. They don't like being a little bit of an abyss, waiting on something to happen and having to watch through your team, waiting on some element to be added. It's hard for people to get that excitement. I think too, you got a fan base here that's had a lot of years of winning football and that they've come to have a certain expectation level on this team. And I don't want to dull that. I don't want this fan base at any point in time to have any expectation less than we should continue to compete. We should continue to try to be one of the top teams in the NFL. We should consider ourselves in that status. Yes, not just the last 10 years of Pete, but the last 20 years of Seahawks football have seen us be as successful as any team in this conference, if not the all of the NFL. And that's a standard that we should continue to bear and push to the front at all times. With that said, I do get where you're coming from on the impatience of the situation, on the I can't wait a year thing. As I spoke about a second ago, you're sitting on $44 million of dead money. It's going to be very hard to be an elite football team when you're sitting on that amount of dead money. They had gone and done whatever your dream, if you're one of those people who said they should have gone and done this quarterback, they should have gone and gotten Malik Willis, or they should have gotten Cody Pickett, or they should have gotten this guy, or they should have traded for this guy, or signed this guy. At the end of the day, you were going to be sitting on that dead money no matter what, and it was going to be very hard with nearly a fourth of your cap taken on players no longer on your roster to believe you were going to be able to make yourself into an elite team this upcoming year because of that alone. So it's where people, I agree with you, they got to enact a little bit of patience, but also where I do open a bit of a door here, Chase, to say, let maybe this team surprise you. The NFL is so unpredictable. Go look at your fantasy football team on a yearly basis if you don't think the team that's predictable. That it's just easy to know which teams are going to be good and which teams are going to be bad and which players are going to be good and which players are going to be bad. I had to stop playing the damn fantasy football because I knew I was right on my picks, but then just stuff happens. It's the NFL. Injuries occur. Guys fall off a cliff suddenly in their career. Who you think is going to be amazing and great suddenly isn't. You know, take the Buccaneers situation. They lose Ryan Jensen, like Buccaneers' best team in the NFC, or right there with the Rams is the best team in the NFC. They lose Ryan Jensen, a very key center now to the year, a torn ACL. And then you hear a couple days later, Tristan Wirfs goes down. Now it was only a cramp. But you go, boy, what happens to Brady in that offense if he loses two of his best offensive linemen on the heels of this offseason losing Ali Marpet to retirement, who would be their third, if not their second best offensive lineman from last year. And we know once Brady has a bad offensive line in front of him, it's going to get ugly fast. These type of things can happen. Surprises can occur. Nothing is fixed. Nothing is set. And that should get you excited. Thank you, Chase, though, for the $10 donation, man. You're awesome. Benson DeWalt with a $2 donation. Thank you, Benson. It says, we will finally see passes over the middle. And indeed you will see passes over the middle finally this upcoming season. It has been a long period of time. Just not the place where Russell's able to hit. Frankly, it's not a deficiency in Russell's game. I think this is a deficiency in quarterbacks that are under 6 feet tall. I just think there comes a spot where you can't see over the middle. This bears out where if you look at the heat chart for both Russell Wilson and Kyler Murray, guys of similar stature, Kyler as well basically ignores the middle of the field short. Just can't see it. These guys will be able to see those passes. I mentioned with the 49ers, they've had so much success between the two hash marks in their passing game in recent years. And I think our Seahawks can find similar success as evidenced and proven out by the fact that they were really featuring those passes in yesterday's scrimmage. Dazilla Hawk says, horses can't fly. It's Hawks for life. That's right. Oh, man. Emmett's coming in here. We got a lot of motion. Exit Goldie 84. Thank you for subscribing. Exit Goldie. Tom says, living in the past. Let's see what you think when he wants. Oh, you guys are having some good back and forth in the chat here. Would Russ choose to go into the Hall of Fame as a Bronco instead of a Seahawk if he won 2 championships there but spent less time? I always felt you should choose the team you first became a star with. Well, you've seen kind of Peyton Manning take this route a little bit. He's felt a little bit more in his post-retirement situation as more of a Bronco than he has a Colt, oddly enough. And there's almost a little bit of chilliness, it seems like, between Peyton and the Colts. So yes, I very well could see Russ eventually choosing to do that, especially if he does intend to still try to play, another 10 years of football here. That absolutely could end up becoming the case. Tom says, heck, with their pitching, they could make the ALCS. Julio, Mitch, France will get hot. And you get in the playoffs, much like our Seahawks team. Once you get in the playoffs in any sport, anything can happen. And what if, Tom, you're putting your team together in the playoffs as the Mariners are at that point, and you're just at that point finally have fielded your team at full strength? That we almost, by the time we're getting into mid-August, are finally going to see this team at full strength, meaning you haven't seen the full capability of what they can produce on a field when they got all guns on deck. And they finally will by that point in that spot. And when you get in that LCS, you have 3 top-of-the-rotation starters that can hold it down. That can take you far, and it has in the past for many a football team. Hutchinson should have went into the Hall of Fame as a Seahawk instead of a Viking. I agree. But I also think the Seahawks should have never let him gone in the first place. If I was Ruskell at the time, I would have just signed the contract and done the poison pill. Guy was like 26 years old, just going into his prime. So what if the contract ended up guaranteed? Oh, well. You don't let go of Hall of Famers that young, that much into their... You just don't do it. Ariel Aguilar says, can you turn a gunslinger into a game manager? Yes. Absolutely. I think it takes structure. You got to remove some of the thinking attributes of it. Some of the, okay, I'm going to sit in the pocket. This ain't here. Now I got to improvise. And I think that's what this offense is going to do. Very much so. William Tarkowski says, hey, Brandon, are we getting Bryce Young or Will Levis next year? William, I'm a Will Levis guy. Bryce Young had as many wow throws last year as anybody in college football. Of course, won the Heisman. Tomorrow on my Seahawks scouting channel at 8 in the morning, I'm actually dropping my first, and nothing you guys haven't talked to you guys about here on the live stream, but it's just to kind of start to warm up this talk of these quarterbacks and begin the evaluation process of these quarterbacks for next year. So that will be dropping at 8 o'clock tomorrow. I lean heavily towards Will Levis here, William. He's literally running the Los Angeles Rams, the Seahawks offense right now in college. He's operating under center. He's operating from within play action. He's being asked to go through multiple reads. He's got great mobility and size, good arm strength. He ticks enough of the boxes for me that he is my number one guy as we stand. Bryce Young, like I said, had as many wow throws as anybody in college football last year. I don't like the motion. I don't like the size. He's got this thing where when the ball comes out, there's this sort of it's like an engine going. Watch Bryce Young throw, and as he goes into his windups, think about it's like a lawnmower starting up. That's what I feel like that sounds going through my head when I'm watching him throw, because he's a smaller guy, so he's having to generate so much torque in his throwing to get that power and get that ball out of his hand. I think he could develop. I'm none of my opinions on any of these guys is fixed or set permanent. It's just where I kind of stand on them right now. But yes, I do I do have Levis a little bit ahead of Bryce. Bryce is my court QB4. I see him as a first-round pick, but I do see QB4, and I think NFL teams eventually do knock him a little bit for the size stuff. Pearl Haggard says, where are seam passes? Seam passes are the hash. Up the seams is the hash. So you got hash on the left and the right. And when you go up the seam, you're going right up the hash, basically. You're going like straight line up the hash, like you're drawing a line through the hash marks. I think Tom, 4 or 5 sacks for Mafe is right as well. Oscar, do you think we'll trade for a quality player before the season, kind of like Clowney or Adams, but not in the same superstar quality? If so, what position do you think the player will be? I could see them making a trade like that for a middle linebacker to give themselves depth, but I don't think they're going to make it for a game-changing player like Clowney or Adams. You made those trades for a couple of reasons. First off, you made it because you thought you were in a go-for-it mode, a team that could truly compete to go to the Super Bowl, so you were willing to give up future draft capital for a team in more of a win-now mode. The other aspect is that those trades were made a little bit out of desperation. You went into one particular offseason and you signed Ziggy Ansah and you drafted LJ Collier and you said, okay, that's going to be enough for us from a pass rushing standpoint with what we have on the roster. And it wasn't. So then you were drawn to make a desperate trade right at the end of training camp to go get Clowney. The same thing was true the very next year when you had picked Darrell Taylor, thinking he was going to be able to come in from day one when he was still having the rod taken out of his leg, hoping for the continued development of guys like LJ Collier. And it didn't bear out. You realized it in training camp. You made a trade for Jamal to give yourself some pass rush help. So the second part of this is that as you're also not in win now mode, you're also not really in as desperate a state from a positional grouping on this team. Outside of middle linebacker, I can't see anywhere where you don't at least have not only the frontline starters, but at least a little bit of depth. So I think that those two reasons will keep you from having to do that, Oscar. Exit Goldie, is beast mode done? He is done indeed. I could see them still, if something went absolutely insane with their backfield where they just lost everybody, I could see them trying to place a call to him, but I think he's ready to chill. JT says, we all know Russ. He's throwing 3 interceptions week 1 for sure. I love it, JT. King Higginbottom. The fans need to boo the S out of Russell Wilson when he comes back. They can love him again somewhere down the road. Not in the opener. I'm with it. You know, it'd get into his head if he started hearing boos in Seattle. So just from the aspect of getting into his head, all is fair in love and war. You know what I mean? And game days are war days. So, we got to do what we got to do, Russ. Sorry, it's going to mess with you a little bit. Ethan Techworld says, I got so sick of Russ during last year and a half, so I might at the start, then I'm not sure. Exit 9 Goldie 84. I didn't like Russ until he left Seattle. Still a square, but a great humanitarian. Can't take anything away from what he did off the field in Seattle. And much of what he did on the field in Seattle, you can't take away from. He will be always held in high esteem by me and all that. But again, I understand the emotion of the moment. Whitey Wise says Dwayne Brown just got signed as a backup offensive tackle for the Jets. Boy, they must be really worried about Micah Becton. You know Dwayne isn't going to sign unless he's got a real pathway to play. And George Fant for them, former Seahawk, coming off a very good year for them at left tackle. But Fant, of course, can play right tackle, so maybe they're looking at moving him to right and putting Dwayne at left. Interesting, though. Are Becton's days there maybe numbered? I don't know. I might be on a deal here. Making it, Emmett go off. BZ says, the biggest problem I have with liking Locke has nothing to do with football and everything about him looking like Tucker Carlson's son. Dude's got to grow a mustache. And stop wearing the bow ties. Locke, you've got to stop with the bow ties, man. Toy Pianos. Revere Russ in time. You don't go to your ex-wife's wedding the same year. There we go. What a great way to put it. He says, revere Russ in time. You just don't go to your ex's wife's wedding in the same year you get the divorce. I love it, man. Well said. JT says, Seattle cheering for a Bronco? Never. I'm with you, JT. I wouldn't, though I don't know if I'd boo. I don't know if I'm not cheering. No way I will ever cheer an AFC West opponent under any circumstances. Exit 9, Gold 84. We're not releasing Jimmy because we know you guys will sign him just like the rest of our ex-players. Hey, by hook or crook. I saw a report that the Rams are looking to sign Jimmy when cut because of the concerns with Stafford injury. Yeah, there's some differing opinion on it. I've heard everything from it's just, dead arm in camp that players, quarterbacks especially, often deal with. And then I've heard that there's actually some serious worry about the elbow on the other side of it. Not sure what to make with that, but that is a potential. That is. I don't think they have the money to sign him, though. That's the only problem there, because Jimmy's still going to make $5, $6, $7 million a year on a one-year deal wherever he goes. I don't think the Rams have that. Or ours says 49ers screwed Colin Kaepernick. I don't know if they screwed him. I don't think they screwed him. Mason, which quarterback do you think is more likely to be brought back next year to back up the rookie? Locke, I guess. I mean, if Geno remained through all that time and another quarterback in the future, I feel like Geno would want to be back in here as the, backing up another guy. He would just go somewhere else at that point, I would think, maybe. But that's a wild guess. I don't have anything to base that upon, really. Pearl says Geno was so sloppy yesterday. It's tough to see, man. He doesn't have any excuses for the play. Really doesn't. Maybe other guys were jumping off starts and other guys were kind of not doing their job from their side of things, but that's the point of this being beyond just that mock game. This has been what we've seen a little bit out of him throughout the training camp. Tom says, I respect Russ for the 10 years, but I can't just forget about it I just can't forget about it. Got tough, and he ran to a team that isn't that great and won't win a Super Bowl in his tenure. As I say, I understand completely. Exit 9 Gold 84 says, we supported Kaepernick. Our owner, Jed York, even wanted him back. He wanted to play for the Jets to be close to his lady. 49ers are the only innocent party. Yeah, I don't, as you said, Exit Goldie, I don't really put it on anybody really at the end of the day with that. And Colin's done just fine. He's millions and millions and millions of dollars since he's left the league. I think he'll be okay. And he got a chance with the Raiders. And according to Warren Sapp, the workout didn't go great. He worked out, I think, Alexander, I think Woolen over Bryant in the mock is more so about Bryant getting most of his practice on one side and Woolen on the other. Yeah, they do like to kind of keep guys to one side or the other, as we saw with Sherman over the years, where he was aligned to one edge and you didn't move him around. Always compete. What's up? Good to see you in the chat. Pearl says, I'd love to have Kaepernick, but I'm happy to root for Drew Lock too. Me as well. Carroll's Hall of Fame head will have him blowing a bubblicious bubble gum. How about having mid-chew and one of those like real vicious chews where he's in the heart of the game, and he's really on that thing, like just all the jaw muscles clenched, big fat water gum in his mouth. That'd be an awesome bust. Jordan Kraft says DeBlanco could be something special, Brandon. Keep an eye on him. I will indeed. He's going to get his chance. He's not stacked behind huge layers of depth here, so he will get a chance. Exit 9 Goldie says, if you guys don't start Geno, you're insane. Trust me, Locke isn't the answer. He'll get eaten alive. I don't know. We'll see, man. Let the competition play out is what we're doing here now. Just let the best man win. Green 80 says, Russ is a Russ guy. He wants to be like his hero, Peyton Manning. I could see that. I could see him following his footsteps. Always Compete says, Sherman allowed up to the mock game. Him and Pete Carroll were shaking hands and talking. I saw that. It was good to see. Warm my heart. And Geno might get suspended for the first 3 games with DOI. Goodell is very unpredictable with these type of decisions. Sometimes he drops the hammer quick. Sometimes he takes a bit of time for the hammer to drop and let the legal proceedings fully play out. We will see what he does here. JC says, yeah, Locke just needs 20 passes a game. Don't turn it over and wait till the 4th. He could win 10 games. That's it, JT. Minimize the throws. Again, understanding if he's throwing 20 to 25 throws, you're going to have easy scripted throws in there, right? I mentioned the bubble screen, short drag routes. You're going to have play action, which will have him coming off on a half field read, usually to a player crossing across the field who should be wide open. It should make it easier to play, where again, he's going to end up with only probably about somewhere between 7 to 10 throws a game where it's high leverage throws. It's a little bit going to be of a tougher situation, and that will dictate a lot of that success too. But again, that versus the quarterback who you're asking, like a Patrick Mahomes, to throw 40, 45 times a game and really shoulder that burden, or an Josh Allen type, you're not asking that of your quarterbacks. And I think it's a very key and important point in how we look at what we're going to need from the position this year. Green 80 says, Lock's better than Geno. Seattle has better weapons than the Broncos ever had. Laughing out loud, Fangio is trash. Indeed he is. Exit 9 Goldie, you can't say Lance isn't better. He's only played 2 games, and what Mac Jones did in the playoffs, I'll wait. Yeah, it's too early. And again, the understanding with Mac Jones over Lance and what he did is Mac Jones was the most pro-ready of those quarterbacks than last year's draft. He was the guy everyone was saying, this guy will come in and be able to start from you day one, no problem. There were other guys in the draft you looked at and you said could probably do that, but certainly Trey Lance wasn't one of those guys on the other side of it. It's the two guys on the opposite ends of that assessment. One guy being pro-ready from the jump, the other guy being might take him a bit of time. Green Ace says, Russ was a Russ guy, amazing and fun to watch, but not truly for the team. Blistering. Jordan, hopefully Locke and Fant can make more chemistry and trust. Hopefully so. They've been together for a while, so hopefully some of that starts to bear out a little bit. He missed him when he was open running down the sideline in the mock game. Ryan, I think most of us were in shock and dumbfounded when we got the news Russ was traded. After I did some research, though, I was happy Russ moved on. Indeed. Got a lot of people off guard. Seattle media had been spending a year telling fans not to worry. There's nothing wrong here. He's not going to go. There's no way Russ could go. It's ridiculous that Russ could be traded. Jordan Kraft, I wouldn't want Jimmy G even if he gets released and he's trash. I wouldn't either. Exit Goldie says Garoppolo will be released if someone doesn't trade for him by the final cut. It seems like it's a matter of time. Pooping Bear Marsh says, wait, Mac Jones got to the playoffs and the guy that was picked with 3 number ones ahead of him didn't even play 2 full games. They're going hard at you, Exit 9, but you know that's how it is, man. Ethan, people keep saying they know all that Locke is, and the sample size he's played is just not enough. Bronco fans can't say they know Locke when he was there for 3 years, whereas we've known Russ for 10 years. Yeah, it's a different situation, too. It's one guy who's still a young player developing, another guy who's developed, and the cake is baked, and you know whether it's brown or a little bit black on some of the edges. You know what I mean? Like overcooked. I think we can. It's easier to make that point at that point. Oh, look, I'll say, got to give Bronco fans credit, Ethan. And a lot of them have come in and said, Locke isn't garbage. Locke is just got kind of sold short here. He got handed a bad deal, and he did what he could with it. And I think that there is something to be said in that. It's not the whole story in regards to Drew Lock, but that is a component of the story in regards to his time in Denver, and part of what should provide a little bit of optimism for somebody in looking at where Drew is now. Jordan says, I've been really impressed by Tariq Woolen. He's playing really well. Him and Kobe, they're doing great. Doing great. David Casey, Eskridge, Cross, Woolen, DK, and Brooks. Hey, Brandon, this defense will be better than Legion of Boom. I don't know if they're going to be better than Legion of Boom. I think that's quite a high watermark to try to shoot for, but I think they can be a top 10 defense. Things come together. Brian Myers, thank you for reminding me. Please do hit that like button if you could for me, please. I know it's a small thing, but it's a big thing in my heart. It helps me out considerably. It helps this channel grow considerably. So if you just hit that little click up at the top there on your screen, please, if you could, I would appreciate it. JT Brooks is a beast. I think he's going to have his best year this year. I think he's going to be up around all pro mention as far as middle linebacker. I think Fred Warner will probably still edge him out, but he's going to be there. He's going to be right there. He's a hitter, too. He's going to put some guys on their backs this year. Marty F.M. Williams says, do you think this roster has 4 2023 Pro Bowlers? Sure do. I'll put Rashad Penny in that. DK Metcalf. Darrell Taylor and Jordan Brooks and Quandre Diggs. I'll give you 5, Marty. I gave you an extra. I gave you a bonus there. Green 80, you have not been anywhere close to a Super Bowl letting Russ cook, Sherman said. You will not be anywhere close to a Super Bowl letting him throw 30 to 40 times a game. Richard Sherman. Yeah, I'm a little bit clearer as to where Richard was coming with that too, because I think it's the acknowledgement in what Richard's saying within that phrase about Russ, that if Russ is going to throw 30 to 40 times a game, the short throws, some of the on-time throws, the 3 and 5 step drops, short and intermediate stuff has got to become more of a capable component of his game. No quarterbacks in the modern era that are throwing it 30 to 40 times a game are just doing so on the back of Chuck City, Bomb City. It's got to be more of an embracing on the short stuff. And I think Richard showing some skepticism there that Russ has that in his game to be able to do that. Maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into on Sherman's statement there, but that's what I take away from that. If Garoppolo gets released and we sign him for like $5 million and his original contract with the 49ers was $27 million, does that mean the 49ers have to pay him $22 million? No. As I understand it, the 49ers clear, I believe, $24.2 million of cap space by moving off from him. So there's a little bit of dead money, but it is very small amount. So no, they're only on the hook for like $3 million. They save $24 million. It doesn't impact them at all, whatever we sign him for. Because that's just, they're getting out from under the base salary. He says, as far as I see it, Bronco fans don't know Drew Lock, and us Seahawks fans don't either. But we do know Russ. That's definite. HB Trey Brown about to get buried on this depth chart, which is refreshing for once. Yeah, like I said, it's a great problem to have, isn't it? Rather than you searching frantically everywhere just to get the starters, you've got actually enough guys pushing to where you're like, man, we're going to have some talented, good players sitting on the bench waiting to get some snaps. Brian Myers says, nobody should get excited at all about Woolen's play in practice or mock game on a team missing 2 to 3 veteran quarterbacks right now. He's not ready to play against an NFL wide receiver. Very well, maybe not, Brian, but he is definitely stacking up his share of practices and his share of good performances over the course of this training camp. Exit 9, Goldie 84 says, Jimmy had a trade market. We held on to him too long. Now teams will be interested again once he's released, so they don't have to pay him $1 of that $27 million. Well said. I've long lamented this about the 49ers situation with this, where and I thought it was partly being done because they weren't completely sold on the Lance experience, but certainly they should have had this move done on the offseason at another point. And they just sat there and kept thinking they were going to get a king's ransom for him. And nobody's giving you a king's ransom for Jimmy Garoppolo, especially when you're going to have to end up paying him $24 million on the hook for that salary this year, which is significant if you're going to bring him in. Della Key says Gino is a first-class dude, not not playing the race card. He's a mediocre career. Yeah, I don't think he's playing it. Exit, I honestly think he wants to be released. Guarantees him more money. Yeah, and it gives him control on where he goes because he wants that too, right, Exit? Jordan Kraft, did you guys see the Jags and Raiders game? Trayvon Walker did not impress, looked very underwhelming. Really? I thought he looked impressive. Didn't he have a couple of pressures in that game? Was I missing something, Jordan? Like the opening snap of the game, I thought he generated pressure off the edge. Maybe I was looking at something else. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, no, Pete also won with Carson Palmer, not just Leinart. It's true. That was the guy that kicked it off for him. And Carson was a legit number 1 overall quarterback. That's not one of those Baker number 1 overall quarterback picks. That's like, no, he was a legit number 1 talent. HP says, for some reason, I think Ballore will end up playing more linebacker than Barton, laughing out loud. Hey, he balls out every place you put him in. Special teams, fullback, linebacker, don't matter. Line him up at kicker. Ballore will get it done. Seahawks need to trade if they think about getting him. Otherwise, he will end up in Houston. I can see it. Yeah, we're good. If we were going to make a trade for him at this point, exit 9, we would have done so at this point. You're bringing a quarterback on this late. You're going to have diminishing returns on what you're going to get from him. He's not had a whole off season of even really training, right? He's just been rehabbing that shoulder. He's not worked with your receivers at this point. So you're going to bring him in now on August 8th, and somehow he's going to be better than where Drew Lock and Geno Smith are with the work that they put in with camp with these guys, that he's going to overcome that. He's going to catch up. He's just such a good player to do so. I don't think so. No. I don't see it myself. Exit 9 goalie says, I hear Kareem Hunt wants to be a Niner. Jimmy might be gone before you know it. See how the Watson thing ultimately plays out. Yeah, but again, you're not in a position. Why does Kareem Hunt want out of Cleveland, exit 9? Because he's not getting paid an extension by the Browns. So if he gets traded to the 49ers, he's going to want an extension from the 49ers, unless it's just simply so he can become a featured back at that point. But you guys don't have the money. I mean, you're releasing Garoppolo just to clear out the money to get yourself back under, but I think you still are wanting to get a Bosa deal done at some point this year. So I don't think that there's the money to pull that one off. On top of the way Shanahan's valued running backs, he seems like he can feel like he get by with not having to give up prime assets to get a prime guy. Jordan Kraft says at this point we should just trade for Matt Corral. No, we shouldn't. No, I don't. Yeah. I see you laughing over there, Jordan. You know my Corral hate. The Snail says, what's people's thoughts on Alton Robinson? I haven't heard much. Well, he lost 10, 15 pounds this offseason, which I think is partly because he was more of a traditional defensive end body type who's going to be asked to do more standing up this year as an outside linebacker. So you can understand why he lost a little bit of that weight. You can go usually on these outside edge rushers in a 4-3 defensive end at like 270, but you usually want your guys around 250, 255 as an outside linebacker. That's the magical weight, so to speak. He's shown it in flashes, Snail. Indeed, he's got a little bit of what's going on in what we saw from Rasheem Green over the last few years, where you get the flashes, and when they show it to you, it looks really good. He knows how to hand fight. He's a good technician from the edge. He gets relatively good bend and good get off, but he's just not able to consistently put it together. And he had some games last year where he was one of the worst defenders graded on our team. So he's got to find the consistency mark, and once he gets there, maybe we can talk a little bit more about his potential. Brian Meyer says Jimmy G ends up at the New York Giants after he's cut. Yeah, that Daniel Jones ain't looking very good in some of those cut-ups, is he, Brian? That's Obi Spy. I can hear the week 1 excuses from Bronco fans now. Russ wanted the Seahawks to win. He let them. That would be legit hilarious. Oh, my God. Exit 9 Goldie says, I don't care where Jimmy goes, just not Seattle, because if he actually makes you guys credible, don't listen to the hype. He's not going to make us credible. No. And let's remember this Exit 9. I mean, there's a reason he's being let go by Shanahan. There's a reason Shanahan gave up 3 first-round picks to move off from him. Jimmy Garoppolo is highly limited. He is a little soft and highly injury-prone and can't make even sometimes it seems like half the throws on a football field that he needs to make. I don't see the attraction with him on it. Alexander, I've heard that the NFL is proposing the same 6-game suspension, but with a $20 to $40 million fine for Watson. Makes sense. He got around it with that contract and all the guaranteed money. That's what being suspended is supposed to do, is hit you in the wallet. Or R says Jimmy G will retire. I don't know. Now when he can get paid $7 million to sit on a bench somewhere. Will, why do you think Carroll has had so much success against Shanahan in San Francisco, but has lost a good amount to McVay? Is it scheme-based? It's scheme-based and philosophy-based is how I would say that, Will. So this is a little bit of a deep answer to kind of unpack, but Shanahan is one of the rare coaches from an offensive side of the ball who's an offensive-minded coach who leans to the running game first and foremost. That is, not very many teams in this league do that. The run-first teams in this league are usually run by defensive-minded head coaches. So in that commitment to running the ball, he comes up against a Carroll coach team. Well, Coach Carroll is a rare modern defensive-minded coach who, rather than favoring stopping the pass, he actually favors trying to stop the run first and foremost. So here's what the Niners want to do, and here's what the Seahawks want to mainly try to stop. Combine that on the top that Seattle runs a 4-3 defense recently, which is more advantageous for stopping the run, and they run a 4-3 under, which is that they end up stacking 5 in the old scheme. They would stack 5 basically de facto defensive linemen down, and they're really telling you, they're screaming at you, you have no chance of running the ball against this front. It's going to be very hard to do so. You now flip this out against a Rams team that will even run a lot of light man boxes. They'll run a lot of 3-3-5, 6-man fronts. So now you've got a Niner team committed to running the ball up against these 6-man fronts, and the Niner defense has done a good job recently of still being good against the run in those 6-man boxes, that they're actually still right up there amongst some of the better in the league at stopping the run, despite the fact you'd think with a light box, they would have holes gashed all over the place. But I think that the combination of Shanahan's penchant for then really attacking the running game. And then the way that goes at that Rams team, which is now in a 3-3-5, it's very gap dependent on every player now reaching into their gap. Rather than you having the big dogs up front that are keeping all of the offensive linemen contained so your guys in the back end can run, you actually have your back end guys shooting up there to go find a gap responsibility. And I think for a team like the Niners that can go very heavy against that kind of front, you're going to get a lot of wins in there. So I chalk it really up to that for why you see Shanahan able to really kind of go after the Rams, whereas we're able to kind of get into the 49ers. It's really as much a philosophy thing as anything else. It will be interesting this year, though, of course, because now we're going to more 3-4 looks. So that's also going to, now factor into this just a little bit. But that's the main thing in my mind I've gone to with it. Whitey Weiss is Brandon, the epitome of the logically optimistic 12th, my man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. JT Trey Lance is dumping it off or throwing a bomb. He's not even close to being efficient, and he can't run in a 17-game season. Easy bait and switch. The league will figure him out by week 4. It's the part that does remain to be seen with him, that's for sure. And I do agree with somebody else said above, JT, that there was a lot of pressure to get him out there and get him playing and not have him sitting 2 years on the bench with all the draft capital he gave up. Delikey says, I love Russ, but I'm a Seahawks first. Me too, Del. Well said. Exit says, it's been good, guys. Been real, guys. I'll subscribe. My old lady is done with dinner. Have a good one. We'll see you September 8th, Exit. We're going to have a lot of Niner fans in this chat at that time. I know it. It's going to be a war. We're going to have some chat wars going on. Mega says, the one thing about Watson that I'm glad about is we dodged a massive bullet in him. Yeah, we did. That situation, just more egg on the Browns' face with every other week. Bash Gordon, good to see you in the chat. What players do I think have the chance at the Pro Bowl? So yeah, the guys I mentioned before on that, we got the DK, Rashad, Darrell Taylor, Jordan Brooks, both with Quandre and Jamal. I think you've got guys potentially who could there on their side. That'd probably be about it though. Mark Habercorn, what's up, Mark? Says, hi all. I think this team will be better than most think and wish there's some more positive thinking for them. Well, I'm with him, Mark. He says, hit that like and sub for this hard-working man. Thank you for saying that, Mark. I appreciate it. Please do hit that like button if you're listening right now, even if you're listening on replay. And I've got that optimism, man. I've got it. I've been trying to sell them. I'm trying to sell this fan base on the fact this team's going to be better than they're telling you they are. All these pundits and analysts, all these experts. We'll see. Kronos, I was all for Watson when we were in the sweepstakes, but am more than glad we missed that time bomb for sure. I was in the same position, man. I did say at the time I'm in on it, but I would want to make sure my investigators are doing their investigating. My PIs are on the case. Let's find out where this thing's going. Are there going to be more accusations as there were? JT says, looks like Watson's a certified weirdo. It does reach this point when it gets to this many accusations. Does the money you don't use in your cap space roll over the following year to use? It does indeed. Whatever you do not use, dollar for dollar, you do get back. In totality. Bash Gordon, going into the playoffs with a running game in a good defense is not unheard of. We have a lot of picks, including 2 first rounds and a second and thirds, from what I understood, will be good. Look, there's teams that got even in the playoffs last year running the same style. The Niners working around Jimmy Garoppolo, working around him slightly injured through last year and not playing at his best, got to the playoffs and got far and deep into the playoffs. The Titans were the number 1 seed in the AFC, and AFC stacked with teams like Kansas City and Buffalo and the Chargers. And yet they were the team that ran out as the number 1 seed at the end of the day. And that was with Derrick Henry out for a very large portion of that season. Yeah, you play great, you play good defense, you run the ball great, you play great special teams. That in itself can be a formula to go out and win football games. And I'm going to get a little more coffee, folks. Bear with me. I will be right back. All right. Thank you for bearing with me in the chat. I know I got a little bit behind here. Osprey Raptor. Locke's looking good so far. You better believe he is. YDY says, whoever mentioned 2023 with a chance at being generational quarterback class. So bang on. It's why Pete is so comfortable with rolling with Locke. Gino, he knows, I think you responded to me in the chat there, knows to set up the team for next year's draft. 100% agree. That's right, man. You're with me on it. I know you're riding with me on it. And generational's right. We very well, the 1984 class is the one that's very talked about as the deepest class in NFL history. That's the one they did a documentary on called Elway to Marino. This class has a very good chance of equaling that as far as the number of guys that were taken that first round, if not more so. And there's a very good chance for more so, by the way. Brian Myers, Chronos. Delakey says Anthony Richardson equals hungry Trey Lance. He's on my list. He's one of those guys to monitor for sure, Del. And he's got just those 47 attempts off of last season during the college season, but he's going to get his chance this year, and he's one of those guys who could step up into prominence now. Amari Taylor says, I have a feeling Cameron Ward will be the Patrick Mahomes of the draft. He's a big gunslinger back there, Amari. He's going to be a fun guy to watch and monitor out there at WSU. It's nothing like watching the snow fall out in Cheney. Snow's coming down, but you got a guy back there just throwing pills all around the football field. I'll never forget the matchup when you had Drew Bledsoe and our Huskies having to go in there back in the 90s. It was the snow was coming down in just buckets, and Bledsoe was still back there just throwing it. Just phew, phew, phew. Why I would put money as Locke being week one starter. He has way more room for improvement the rest of camp when compared to Gino. Pete will always try to win every game when the season starts. Agreed. I've always thought he's going to lean back into this competition thing truly. Let the best man win. And look, Locke is starting to take it on. He's starting to be the guy that we're hearing about. And more than just one day here, one day there now. And I think he truly did outplay Gino fairly significantly in yesterday's mock based on what we're hearing. We'll see our Pooping Bear Marsh says the lovely quandary to be in would be using Denver's pick after the monster truck crash on Will Anderson and our pick on a best player available on center or another defensive star. Oh, could you imagine? And don't forget too, let's not forget as well, if Denver doesn't happen to be good this year and you not only had those two picks to do with whatever you want, your quarterback's good, so your situation's set. Not only could you get that Will Anderson guy and then get that next best player available with that second first-round pick, but then you're still also sitting on two, probably relatively high second-round picks at that point as well. Not a bad place to be. Nick Guerrero, what's your favorite Seahawk moment? I love the Beastquake moment because it was against defending Super Bowl champs and when Tony Romo messed up that field goal attempt and got tackled laughing out loud. My favorite moment was I was in a bar in New York and they had it was the Super Bowl game and it was an open bar, which you guys know I would get myself into trouble with an open bar. And it was Seahawks fans only. So it was a Seahawks party took over this whole bar and they had the game up. And when we got the second half and Percy Harvin returned the kick because you got in that second half and you're like, okay, you played an amazing first half. The ball bounced in your way. Everything was going good. You've got a nice lead here, but this is Peyton Manning. This is the most prolific offense in NFL history. And so, as you're sitting there having your drink through halftime, you're like, this isn't over. This is still, I'm still worried here. We still don't quite have this yet. And then Harvin returning it on the first play like he did meant to me, we're winning the Super Bowl. This game's ours. We're taking home the Lombardi today. They got no chance. And that it could be sealed like that, and it turned the whole rest of the game for me into just sheer. I just drank and enjoyed myself, high-fiving everybody in the place, Jim Campbell, they know Wilson's weaknesses. They will. Let's not forget that, Pat. Carroll is going to angle him into what he doesn't do well and say, okay, beat us that way, Russ. Show us. Snail mentions a good one too, Nick. It's large and destroying Mike Harden of the Broncos after he broke his jaw a few weeks prior back was pretty cool too. That'd be up there as well. Mason, do you think teams look at other teams' mock games to get a heads up on their play calls? No. Maybe, but I wouldn't think so. Pooping Bear Marsh, maybe hand out of cricket noisemakers and give Russ the silent treatment. Would be kind of epic to hear the announcer call out Russ's name and then all you hear is crickets. That would be pretty cool. Oh, that would be pretty cool. It'd be inventive too. Nobody could be like, oh, these guys are so out of line with it. Like, oh, it's not technically booing. JDM says, we need to petition Jody to play Welcome to the Jungle to amp the 12s up and some future F&N to get in Russ's head. I'm on board with both those. I'm done with Bittersweet Symphony. I really am done with that. Pearl says, Beast Mode's little brother plays for Vegas Nighthawks. I feel like almost like I'm still watching Marshawn. Has he got a little Marshawn in him, Pearl? I didn't know that either. That's interesting. Kelly says, question, why isn't D an option for returning, or is he? There are those injuries, Kelly. Plantar fasciitis is like this. I'm trying to think of another one that's like this injury-wise. A groin injury is like this, Kelly. But the hamstring fits within this as well. And there are certain injuries where treatment alone just won't get it done. And that, unfortunately, the only way for the injury to heal is through inaction, is through resting it. And you have to give it the time to do it. And if you try to rush it back fast or you try to fight through it as it's healing, you're very likely to exacerbate the injury. And right now, D. Eskridge is trying to work through this hamstring injury, and that's just what's happening, is that he's slowly coming along with it. I'm sure the coaching staff is being highly protective with him too. King Bomber says, what did I say? Tariq Woolen, week 1. You called it, King Bomber. He's on his way, huh? JT says, I'll never forget Jaworski saying that Cap could be the greatest quarterback ever. He actually said that. Jaws did say that at one point. Not his best take. And yeah, Megan, happy birthday, Travis Homer. Sam Hutchinson, how is it even a competition if they don't give Locke any first team reps? He occasionally gets the receivers, but it doesn't seem like he's getting a fair shot in my opinion. Part of why, Sam, I've said at this point now, and him having basically outplayed Geno through the portion of this camp, with the fact that we have one reduction in preseason games, we got to get cracking on this. And if that's the case, to me, that means that you've got to give him a chance to start this week with Pittsburgh. Geno's had every opportunity here for the job to be given him, and he's not taken it. He just hasn't. He's not completely failed. He just hasn't jumped forward to really take it, where at least Locke is showing signs of doing so. To maybe give you a little bit of happiness on this, Sam, there was reports today at practice he was indeed taking first team reps. So I think the team's trying to be a little bit slow with him. A part of me has wondered if Carroll's doing a little psychological thing here, getting Drew on the couch, so to speak. And I've got this prior defensive coach that's really broken him down. I got to rebuild him back up, and thrusting him into the starting lineup and putting back that same kind of pressure on him as opposed to slowly bringing him to that spot is maybe not the proper way to do it. So that could also be how this is factoring out too. Ethan says, I also saw Richard at the scrimmage the other day. Yeah, it's cool that him and Carroll are getting along. However, I've not forgotten what he said about our fan base. Remember all that BS. I do too, man. I do too. Why does Kyler run like a toddler who got asked what's in his mouth? He does. He does. Can't change that running style at this point. We haven't had a dynamic returner since Lockett did in his younger years. Area to prove for sure. Absolutely. I do think we've been okay on kickoff returns. I think DJ Dallas last year was probably top 5 in the sport, at least top 6, 7 in his kick return average. So I think you're good in the kick returns, but you think you're mainly referencing to Freddie Swain, who had a lot of fair catches on balls that he could have returned last year. Doesn't provide you very much of an ability to move with the ball in the open space, break tackles. He just isn't that guy. He isn't. So that's the place to me where they really could potentially target in. Broncos fans are saying Sutton is our DK and Judy is our Lockett. Always makes me laugh. Yeah, that's one of those, if you take off your glasses, squint your eyes, look through a sheet, you might eventually get there. You might eventually get there in that. Mason Dale, the first few offensive plays for Denver will be huge. If they struggle early, momentum will build quickly with the noise of the fans festering, like in basketball when you can't beat a full court press. Agreed. If it goes, they want to definitely keep it close or even and not get behind the 8 ball because, Monday Night Football fans will be juiced to the nines. Russell coming in, first game of the year. That environment's going to be electric. You're not going to have the fans in a state where they might be mid-year, 1 o'clock game, right? They're kind of in that sometimes, as we've seen in recent years, where we're not quite generating as much noise as we do in other games. It will not be like that in the first game, I guarantee you. Jordan Kraft says, I'm just not a big Trayvon Walker guy. Didn't think he should go number 1. Should have been Hutchinson. Well, he did look good in that first game, Jordan. I mean, he had a couple of pressures, man, and he was showing off that same sort of power off the edge along with that bend that he's got. That's going to be very hard to defend at the next level. I liked Hutchinson better. I did. But I also could understand the pick from Trent Baalke and the Jaguars. It does fit the type with what Trent Baalke's done in the past. And, when he took Aldon Smith back in the day, a lot of people were poo-pooing that pick for how high he selected him at that time, and it paid off for him. So I always say, if you've got a process that you're sticking to your philosophy, you're sticking to what you believe in, and you've had success with it in the past, it may very well fail, but you can't deny that you've at least stuck true to who you are and what has gotten you there to where you've gotten in your career. What's been some of your biggest hits as general manager. Off topic, but the Jaguars have the most underrated linebacker core in the league. Foysaid, Lloyd in the middle, Trayvon and Allen on the edge. Absolutely brutal for any offense that has to face them. That is going to make it tough. I don't know if they're as good on the 3-man, they're 3-4, they're 3-down linemen, I think is where maybe that's going to make it a little bit tougher on those linebackers because I don't know if they're going to be able to take up blockers as much as you would ideally like. JNC Outdoors, Seahawks are being smart by not trading for any other quarterbacks right now. I'm glad to hear you feel that way because I feel that way as well. Roll with what we got. Let this season play out as it is. The work has been done. The portrait's been painted. Let the paint dry. And if it's one that we got to toss into the garbage at the end of the year, so be it at that point, then we'll reverse course. But yeah, I'm with you. Brian says, did anybody else besides me hear announcer call Sue Bird the greatest athlete in Seattle sports? Ugh. Yeah, I didn't hear that, but okay. Mason Dale, how many games does this team win with Matt Hasselbeck at quarterback? Ooh, Mason. I don't know if Matt would be able to remain healthy behind this offensive line because you're going to need a guy to have some mobility back there. And Matt, as Mike Holmgren once termed him, was like a giraffe walking on ice. So I think that he would have gotten beat up a little bit. But as far as being able to, be productive, Matt would put up like about he put up probably like 17 game season. He'd put up 4,200 yards. He'd throw for like 30 touchdowns on the nose and like 10 interceptions. I would ride with Matt probably even still more than what we got in Drew because I know he can run the West Coast and do it proficiently, but I think you would eventually get him beat up. Amari Taylor says, have you heard about Cameron Ward as Quandre Diggs' cousins? I didn't know that. That's interesting. Maybe a little bit of a pipeline. Pearl, I don't understand finding Watson. Would the money go to the victims or to the league? It would go to the league, but I imagine the league would do something like probably filter that money into a non-profit thing, right? It would be a bad look on them to just then pocket that money. Mason Dale says, from the snaps I saw from the mock game, it still seems like Cross had a bad habit of not punching enough and instead catching the edge defender, but his anchor is good enough to bail him out at most times. Young kid. That'll develop with time. JT says, Hasselbeck is equal to Kerry Collins. They both just throw it up for grabs. I don't know about that, man. I can get you with Kerry on that, but Hasselbeck ran the West Coast offense fairly proficiently when he was here. Wasn't maybe a star, but he ran the offense proficiently. Snail says, Seahawks country, let's fly. Seahawks country, let's fly. Seahawks country, let's fly. Mason says playing the Niners week 2 is huge. Lance hasn't started 2 games in a row since 2019. Yeah, you catch him still a little bit, maybe still a little green, hopefully. Euphoria Smith, they did not bring Drew here if they thought he was trash. Give him a chance. I'm with you, Euphoria. I'm with you. I think everybody is. I think if I'm going to take just a finger pulse poll here of the fan base in my chat and what I've heard, I think most people would rather see it Locke being given that chance here. Bash, I hope we beat the Niners twice again too. Keep it going. Keep up the ownage. Gerald Taylor, how about the 3 tight ends set in the red zone? Parkinson for the touchdown. How about that, Gerald? If you look at it too, Gerald, if you look at the Kenneth Walker run where they've got the sort of an all-22 shot behind Walker's back, you can notice on the outside of the edge there that Parkinson's laying a very key block on that play to spring him. So it's a bit of where I've gotten excited with Parkinson overall as a player, as I thought he came in this league as kind of a one-trick pony in being a pass catcher and kind of one of those 50-50 ball guys down by the red zone like we saw with Graham a little bit. But instead, no, he's rounded himself out into a very good blocker as well. And anytime they've thrown him the ball, he's shown pretty steady hands in addition. JT, I love my Seahawks people. I'm just on a good one tonight. Talking junk. Hey, talk your junk, JT. Talk it. Mason, I'm not looking forward to my optimism changing week to week like it does every year. If we win week 1, I'll convince myself we're playoff contenders. If we lose, I'll start doing mock draft simulators. That's some of the beauty and fun of being a football fan, man. It is the heights of the heights and the lows of the lows. Kronos, actually speaking of Derrick Henry, is his tires just starting to fall off, or was last year just unfortunate for him? I think he's had a lot of heavy usage over the last few years, Kronos. In recent history on backs is once you start to get to this place where he's at in his career, the number of carries that he's had on that body, in addition to what he got out of Alabama, and we know Alabama is kind of a bit of a meat grinder for players as far as, it takes a couple of years off your NFL life going through Alabama with how they prepare you. They get your body ready. They get you at your best. But it always seems like there's a little bit of a price to be paid for that in recent history. I don't know if he's completely ready to fall off yet, Kronos, but I think we have seen the beginning of the downward plane for him. He might still get one more really upper level year, but I don't think you're going to see 2 more upper level years from him. Abe Awesome. Anyone actually think this team could be a top 10 defense? I could name 20 teams with deeper defenses. Talk about delusional. I think they have a potential to be there, Abe. Things have got to come together for that to happen. I don't think it's just going to happen by not having a couple of young guys jump forward, but I think they've got a pretty talented crew. And I think, Abe, also you've got to factor into this a little bit. The fact that they're taking on a new defense and going from the old style of defense, which was so predictable, so easy to prepare for, and now they're going to something that's exotic, that's going to disguise, that's going to be hard to prepare for, and that there should be some immediate returns on that, on top of having good amount of talent on that side of the ball. But sorry if we disagree. Wes Ben, what were your opinions of Locke his rookie year, and did you think he would turn into what he did? My opinions of Locke in his rookie year was that you were getting a guy I thought who was very pro-ready out of college, one of the best route runners in that draft. Very, very good hands in addition to that. And that came, of course, from a little bit of his background, having family members who had played in the sport. So they definitely had him trained up and ready to roll. He was amazing as a returner in that first year, more even than what he provided as a pass catcher, though he was good as a pass catcher as well. Did I see 4 straight seasons of 1,000 yards receiving necessarily from him? I don't know if I saw that, but I didn't see it. I mean, I didn't see him far off of that either. I saw he could be a pretty consistent player in this league in that respect. So, I didn't see him getting to this level of production, but I also didn't see it far off of this place. He is a guy you took in the second round. He was a very talented guy. And the route running that he brought to the stage from the jump was legitimate. And route running is sometimes one of those skills for a receiver that you either have or you do not. Sometimes it's one that does not allow for development on certain players. Gavin, if you could pick 3 non-quarterback players to choose to start an NFL franchise, who would you choose? Great question. Three quarterbacks, non-quarterbacks, huh? You made this tough on me. Quarterbacks would have just made it nice and easy. Ooh. Give me a second, Gavin. I'm thinking about it. Well, I would go Micah Parsons, Jamar Chase, that's such a good question. And Myles Garrett? That seems like a good 3. I'll go with those 3, Gavin. Obviously, Aaron Donald's one that would be one I would pick in prior years, but he is starting to get a little older if we're talking about starting a franchise with, right? So you do want younger players rather than a guy right at the back end of his prime that I would be adding to the team. Because I'm not ready to compete. I'm just starting a new franchise, But I would probably go with that. I get my 2 bookend pass rushers at that point, and Chase gives me a guy on the outside. Young guy. Pretentious Cameron, thanks for doing these streams, man. Been going through some health issues, and this helps take my mind off it. Oh, man, that warms my heart to hear, Pretentious Cameron, man. I love hearing that, and that's part of why I love doing this, is that you guys in the feedback you provide said, hey, we love you doing these, and I have so much fun just talking shop, so if you guys are here to listen, I'm here to talk on it. Thank you, though. And JT, I would have done Donald. I just little old at this point. If I'm talking about building the franchise, if I'm just adding a player, I'm just able to, any player you can add non-quarterback to the team, that'd be different. I definitely would at that point go Donald. But we're talking about building the future. Ethan, I bet the first 3 teams on the list are worse defenses. Oh, you're talking about he was talking about copy and pasting, yeah. Kelly, worried a little bit at linebacker, but like Owusu. Thoughts on Jamal playing weak side linebacker during mock game? Kelly, when Jamal Adams was with the New York Jets, he got snaps at free safety, strong safety, linebacker, wheel linebacker, Sam linebacker. He was moved all around the formation, and that's how you should utilize Jamal Adams. He's a chess piece. He is an attacking chess piece if we want to really provide what he is. So you need to move him around and put him in positions to be able to come forward and attack. So I would expect you're going to see him in just about every different position on the football field. I wouldn't even be surprised if you see at times them running a dime defense and they end up stacking him out there as the dime middle linebacker. And I think that's the proper way to use him. He's not a player that you take and you go, what box can I fit this guy into? He's not that. It's more of, how do I get the most out of this guy's skill set? Which is, the coaching staff has let us know this a couple times over the offseason, that is part of what they feel like is their mission this year in order to start to drive this, because it's not been a place that they've attacked very well in recent history. Part of the reason why, of course, Ken Norton was let go. Anderson, I think Pete and John are just keeping the competition open to let Drew gain his confidence back from the shadow in Denver. I think regardless, he'll be the starter week 1. That's been a little bit of what I've wondered with this too, Anderson, especially because Geno just hasn't had moments of really showing out and showing that he's playing well here in training camp. He just hasn't even had a day where you're like, well, Geno won the day today. I have yet to hear a reporter write that down. And I think you might be onto something with that. I've suspected that as well. But, Drew strikes me as a guy that just needs a little bit of that confidence returned back to them, and that it got robbed a little bit in Denver in recent years from him. And that if you can get this kid confident, if you can get him in a little bit more of that flow type state, that's when you're getting him playing at his best. And certainly I do trust Pete. I don't always trust Pete in a lot of different areas in player development, but there's certain areas I absolutely trust in him. Cornerbacks, and I trust in the fact that he knows how to positively place a player in the right mindset to do the best they can to get the most out of them. Whether their talent will net out at that point, that remains to be seen. But he will have done his job as a coach to have gotten them motivated, gotten them in the right headspace to be ready to go. And he has shown that over and over again. That's right, Pearl. We got to take care of our chickens and our mentals. Chickens and mentals. Eric Turney, a little late for coffee, huh? Well, unfortunately, Eric, after I do the stream tonight, I got more work to still do. So it's still going to be a late night one for me. I I'm a night owl, though, so I do all my work late. But yeah, I like my coffee. Sam Hutchinson says it's frustrating because Geno is giving the job away, but the coaches aren't. Laughing out loud. Lock's going to need the reps to be productive. I'm with you. Let's get moving with him. If he's shown himself to win at this point, we're a couple weeks into camp. Again, Geno, you had that head start. You should be still far ahead of Drew where we're at here. If you are the guy to take this job. Yep, Jets gang, we're winning more than 4 games. 4 games. You got stuff to worry about on your end over there, my man. You got to worry about maybe Joe Flacco starting over your highly drafted, got that dog in him quarterback. But maybe if your starting quarterback spent less time playing with the Cougars, a little more time on the field. Well, just saying. Just saying. Fans coming in, bring some. We got Niner fans coming in. We got Jets fans coming in. All right. I see the chat. Chat's fending them off. Chat's doing some parrying and stuff. I'm watching it. It's awesome. It's entertaining for me, man. The chat's just in here like, oh, okay, Niner fan. Out of here. Oh, goodness. Whitey White says Trayvon Diggs is getting burnt on deep routes over and over in camp, even by receivers that will never make the team. People having been giving him so much grief, he deleted his Twitter account, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's a brutal era we live in now. And yeah, people kept sharing is this you, bro? Is this you? This is you getting burnt? I can only imagine the amount of references he was having. As my buddy D-Mac, former college safety, said about those plays, Trayvon Diggs is a zone-based corner. So when you align him in a camp battle where you're asking him to play press and then run step for step with a guy, that's just not really his game. It just isn't. He's more of a guy, you want him 5 yards off at the snap, and then he drives on the ball, and then he just uses his natural God-given instincts. But also at the end of the day, you can't let those interceptions cover up the fact last year that he gave up a ton of catches, a ton of yards. He's absolutely probably the biggest gambler in the NFL, and that might mete out the most interceptions in the NFL year after year for the next couple of years as he plays, but that will also mete out him giving up a lot of yards and a lot of catches because he's not always playing discipline. He's sort of one-track minded on what he wants to do out there. Yeah, Abe, I don't know how you think our defense is going to be worse this year. We haven't lost anything from what we had last year. We've only gained. You've changed the scheme up. I did notice, Abe, awesome, in your determination of our defense, you didn't align or think that there's any difference essentially from what we did last year, that you're not encompassing at all the cover 2 shell and the differences on the secondary and how you're going to play that, and more of the blitz heavy nature of things, and more of an onus upon getting the most out of Jamal Adams and putting him in the same kind of positions you put him in when he was with the New York Jets, and an all-pro in the NFL. But there seems to be a bit of a simplistic manner by which you're approaching this, saying, here's some teams. These teams are better off these rankings. That's really not a breakdown on your part. That's not really you expanding on why you believe how you think. Let's go more into the actual player for player on this, or in how maybe you think the cover 2 shell won't bring any first-year returns. If I heard you saying stuff like that, it'd be easier to give you a little more, okay, I see where you're coming from. There's a little bit of a leg to stand on. But if you're just posting teams on a list based off of an arbitrary ranked list, it's not exactly what I would call analytically looking at it. Eric Turney, love your channel, brother. Keep it up. Thank you, Eric. I'm loving life, loving doing this, man. Hawks Nest forever. Whitey Wide, what I want to see this year, a positive point differential and 4 to 5 wins. I'm with it. Give me the playoffs. I'll take that on top of it. Your boy Michael, what's going on, man? Good to see you in the chat. Sale says, are the Jets still in the NFL? I thought they got moved to the USFL. Did that not happen? JT, they're still dreaming of them very, very old Namath days. That's right. Computer enthusiast says Seahawks have lost that Disney magic without Wilson and Sierra. Yeah, maybe. Do you need Disney magic to win football games? I guess. Does Disney? Westman says NBA equivalent of Seahawks current players, legends. Jeez, that's a deep question, Westman. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one, man. That's kind of a deep one. Jets getting dumbest move Seahawks can make is sign Jimmy G, win some games, and not get in the quarterback draft. Well, I agree with the first part of your statement. Dumbest thing we can do is sign Jimmy G. But I don't think he's going to take us anywhere if we did sign him. Megan, really, has your team cracked the top 20 in the last 3 minutes? Then I haven't been proven wrong. Everyone who isn't a Hawks fan would agree with me. So it kind of shows your bias. Most of what I've seen posted by analytic people nationally regarding the Seahawks have been their detractions as it concerns the offense, specifically the quarterback position. I've not necessarily heard the same about the defense. And even though last year, Abe, you had a defense that was on the field for the longest time in possession in the league, and you can closely relate that to the fact that you had an offense who ran the fewest amount of plays in the entire NFL and who could not sustain any drives. Despite that, you still played very well last year defensively. And as I said before, I'm giving you specifics that you're not speaking to. You're speaking to generalities. Here's a ranking. Get more to specifics in your argument. If you believe how you believe, break it down exactly for how you come to your spot, rather than this is that, so that's this. I can give you specifics. Change of scheme to the cover 2 shell. So you're able to disguise. You're able to be more blitz heavy. You're able to attack more than you ever have before. You're able to take potentially what could become your best defensive player if you put him in the right positions, and a guy like Jamal Adams who you played out of position over the last couple of years. There's always more of a deeper realm to this than just the simplistic manner of looking at this. And as you're going to Megan, you're missing the part that she's a part of this channel is very well these same very reasons that I mentioned. And I'm open to you being right on this, Abe, but you're going to have to give me more than a ranking list as to why you believe how you believe. I was trying to think who would... It's a good question, Westman, on the NBA equivalent of Seahawks current players, but man, I'd have to give that one like an hour of thought to give you good suggestion. Could be that Jimmy G is the Super Bowl class quarterback. I don't know if he's a Super Bowl class. He's played on Super Bowl class teams. I don't know if he's a Super Bowl class quarterback. Juan Reyes, out of the tackles, who do you think had the best performance in the mock game? Who do you think might be the starters for the tackles? Well, it sounded like probably Cross. I didn't hear of anybody else really standing out from the tackle position. Curhan got beat a couple times by Darrell Taylor, so I don't have enough of information to really build much of an assessment on who played at their best on that one. There just wasn't enough reporting in regards to that. Gavin Baker says, who do you think is the biggest sleeper team going into the 2022 season? In the NFL? I think the Colts are a team that people are kind of sleeping on now with Matt Ryan added in over there. I think that's always been a well-constructed roster, but I do believe over the last couple of years that Phillip Rivers and Carson Wentz have held back those teams. And I think that Ryan's going to a very advantageous situation. I like what they did in the draft recently. I like how that roster is constructed. But I mean, I could see them having a kind of an ascent like you saw from the Titans last year and sort of surprising everybody to get a number 1 seed. I'm not predicting it'll happen, but I could see that being the surprise team. In the NFC, I'd obviously say my Seahawks is the surprise team first and foremost. But if not the Seahawks, it's a good question. If not the Seahawks, I could see potentially the Vikings. Seems like the Packers are eventually going to be due for a drop at some point or another here. And if the Vikings can keep Danielle Hunter out on the football field with the Packer pass rusher that they took there from him, the Smith guy, Zadarius Smith, that could put them in a position to, Packers don't maybe have enough on the outside to go. Computer enthusiastic Mullins is a very good quarterback too. Was he? Oh, 49er quarterback. Former 49er quarterback. And that's different to relying on player evaluations by other people of players who have never taken an NFL snap. How? Jaboy Michael, if we have the first pick, it has to be Will Anderson, right? That's what I think. I'd lean that way, Jaboy Michael, because I think he's generational in his ability, at least to what I've seen on tape so far. So I would want to sit in that lane myself. Abe says, Marsh, you didn't because you lost Dunlap, Wags, and Reed. I thought your comment was too dumb to acknowledge. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, you're going loss of Dunlap, Wags, and Reed is the reason that we're going to go back. And now, Wags has gotten older, not the player he once was. Certainly has his share of liabilities and coverage. Dunlap wasn't signed by any team throughout free agency this whole offseason. If Dunlap is still so good, why hasn't anybody just signed him until, about 4 days ago? Kansas City finally signed him. And in regards to DJ Reed, you're going to watch Kobe Bryant on that other side or Artie Burns outplay or play at least to what Reed gave you last year, and you didn't have to give the contract extension to do it. But at least I'll give you this. You're at least now speaking to specifics rather than generalities. So I appreciate that. Always compete in community, regardless of what anyone says. All Seahawks podcasts are better than any other. Our Seahawks podcasts are better than any other teams. 100%. Hell yeah, brother. Computer enthusiast. No one is more happy to see Wilson leave than the 49ers. Wilson was a great scrambler. He had the Niners number, too, to your point on that. No doubt about it. Eric, I says, I hope we use Jamal properly this year. What am I going to do with my Jamal jersey? They're going to do that, Eric. That's why you made the defensive changes you did. That's why you're moving to the cover 2 shell. That's why you're transitioning more to a secondary that's going to ask Jamal to do more with what he did with the Jets when he was an all-pro for them. Joseph Beck, 0-20 under Smith and Locke. 0-12 under Smith and Locke? I don't think so. Computer enthusiast says, if you're not Disney, you're Looney Tunes cartoons. I don't know. What if you're Japanese animation, man? There's a lot of artists under the sun here that we could potentially be like. A lot of ways to slay this dragon. Saijin, did anyone see KJ's Wright's tweet about the Hawks? Don't count them out and can make a serious playoff run. I think KJ's been pretty consistent in that and saying that throughout the offseason, and that he's not as down as some of the other people are and how they look at this team. So I did see that. It's encouraging to see. Abe going hard in the paint here, huh? Still considered one of the worst defenses from every source. I can't be proven wrong, dummy. Yeah, Abe, again, too, remember, we're talking about the upcoming year and not last year, and it's important to do so, again, because you're just waiting to see if I can find the comment. I don't see it. You still not address the fact we've changed schemes here, which is going to have a monumental effect. Part of what's given you so many problems over the years here is that you've run the same defense for 10 years. And making a change simply to a different defense alone on the back end, and how the change is going to be 180 degrees different from the way you ran the defense prior, will bring instantaneous returns on the back of it, especially because you have the players like Jamal Adams to fit within it. Even a guy like Quandre Diggs was running this type of scheme in his early years with Detroit, so he has familiarity with it as well. And I don't see that in your assessment here of it, Again, year-to-year football changes highly, right? There's always 6 playoff teams that are 6 playoff teams that get in, and then 6 playoff teams that are out the next year. Well, the same thing is true with your defensive list. Looking at a defensive list like that and saying this means what happened last year will be what happens in the next year is not the way football works. It's a lot more of a highly fluctuating state in the matter of things. GoHawks05 says DK equals Zion without the overeating. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a great one, Go Hawks. I was trying to think of a good Sean Kemp one, too. I was like, who would be the Sean Kemp? JT says, yes, Hawks Nest, imagine Jamal Adams in a 3-4 defense. He will be anywhere and everywhere. 14 sacks. I like the optimism, man. I just think you're going to at least put him in a position to be able to succeed, as opposed to the position you were putting prior. And something you have to understand, Abe, is that I don't know if you're aware of this, but the prior couple of years, you've been playing him in cover 1 and cover 2. Why would you have Jamal Adams playing cover 2 a predominant amount of the time? And is it a surprise then that when he's being asked to play so out of position to what he naturally normally does, normally what you'd ask a box safety to do, strong safety to do, that you then find failures within that? Yes. And again, Abe, remember, you've got to balance it off a little bit in understanding the offense in its ineptitude over the last year and a half has been mighty. And that the football is a circular sport. Nothing just happens in a vacuum of how your defense is playing. If your offense is constantly getting 3 and outs every other time they get a possession and they can't get any consistency, that's going to then wear your defense down. You go to the stats at the end of the game and you start going, oh, my defense is crap because of this and that. But you really could backtrack a lot of it to the offensive struggles. And give me a key game to this is like the Titans game last year where the defense was doing pretty good through the first half. The offense cannot do just outside of a couple of shot plays. There's just no consistency from them as far as moving the chains. Defense is on the field for a long part of the game. They start to wear down. You saw the same thing happen in the Washington football game. Same situation. Defense is balling out, playing well. Offense can't generate anything. Eventually, the defense gets wore out. They are kind of paired together in that respect. And this year, the offense should be a little bit more into the consistency realm of things, of at least keeping the time of possession down, which should allow the defense to be fresher, which should then bear out better results as far as how the defense played. They still played pretty good aside from that. Lyrical Listener says facts. Hey, Lyrical Listener. Brian says, hey, any of the... Why do 49er fans, the moment Russ was traded, were popping champagne left and right? I don't blame them. Russ was savage with the Niners. I don't either, man. I'll have the same feeling when Mike Trout leaves the Angels. Gavin Baker, Penny Walker, over under 2,500 combined yards in passing and rushing. Somebody else said earlier, 800 combo yards for Walker felt right. So 800 yards in rushing and receiving, that seemed right on point to me. I think Rashad Penny's at about 1,500 yards. So, Gavin, that would put you at about 2,300, just short of your 2,500 combo, but close. Jeff says we also have to pick up a really good center in the upcoming draft. Go Seahawks. You better believe we do. Let's address that next year for sure. If not a left guard or center. I can go either one in next year's draft. Go Hawks. Jamal will have another all-pro season this year. Wouldn't be surprised. LC3, I think dude's hella underrated. Had a good scrimmage game also. Which guy is that, LC? Computer enthusiast, that's my 2 cents. By all. Good luck, Sea Chickens. The NFC West is the toughest division in football. It might be. AFC West has got a claim to it too, though. 187, need to know our fans think y'all would pick up Jimmy G if released. Do y'all think Jimmy G? I don't think we would at 187. I think we'd consider it, but I think there'd be another team that would jump to the forefront who would be more, I'm not going to say frothing at the mouth to get Jimmy G, just more interested in bringing in Jimmy G. Always compete. It's hilarious because if Pete Carroll chooses Geno Smith over Drew Lock, people are going to flip on him again. You can already see it coming 100%. And certainly Geno comes out then and starts to struggle versus Lock outplaying him. And I think people have a right at that point to throw a little bit of shade at Carroll there, because if Lock's outplayed him, then he's earned the job. And this is either about competition winning the day or it's not. There is no middle ground on this. There is no, you've been a good soldier, so we'll give you the job. In fact, you could make an argument that that's gotten you in trouble in recent years by leaning more into that approach over letting competition be king. Why do I? Says, well, Abe was on his front. That's the thing is like, I noticed with it, you try to get in discussion with them and then they just it starts getting more angrier and they get more pissier and then you go, well, let's just have a talk. Let's just dive into, no, I just want to talk to you guys about how dumb you guys are. I'm like, okay, dude. People have that energy. If you want to come in this chat with that energy, we got people that will show you out. If you want to just have good, honest discussion without having to get all up in a bind on stuff and attacking, it's like, we can do that too. Gavin, no worries on that, Megan. I know they get that momentum going, you know, they start building it up and it's like they get angry and angrier. Like, Jesus, chill. We're having some conversation. Let's have some talk. Like, I'll debate you on the defense. Rankings. Where's rankings? You're stupid. Just what's your proof? You haven't proved. Rankings, stupid. Proof. Rankings, dumb, stupid. Okay. Gavin Baker, if you care about Manning ratings, what do you think Walker and Brooks overall might be at the end of the 2022 season? Walker will be an 81 by the end of the year, and Brooks will be an 88 by the end of the season. How you like that for specifics, Gavin? Mike Skinner, if DK can just be himself with Lockett and Fant helping him out, we have generally young O-line with an underrated running game. Only question mark to me is center and quarterback. Not bad going into this year. Not bad, Mike, especially on a year that's being considered a rebuild season. It's not bad to be in that kind of situation for where you stand at all. And I think that the combination of a DK, Tyler, and Fant all kind of can work together where DK and Tyler have really taken on the cover twos over the last couple of years, and they're getting a lot of bracket coverage between the both of them. That's going to open up more of the middle of the field. That's going to open up the center of that field. That's going to make it very gushy in there for you to go after it. So Fant should have a lot of opportunity to be able to dine on there. And the one stat I keep coming back to when it comes to Fant, Mike, the one thing that keeps getting me excited about Fant last year is he led all tight ends in the NFL in yards of separation per target at 2.5 yards. All the great tight ends in this sport, all the dynamic guys, all the Kyle Pitts-like guys that exist. And he was better than all of them in how much separation he's generating in a short amount of space. There's a reason to be very encouraged by Fant potentially and what he's able to bring to play here. Very encouraged. Jeff, hoping D. Lewis has a breakout year at left guard. What say you? Still a little skeptical on that, Jeff. The problems here for me with Damian Lewis is he's a real run blocker first, pass blocker second, and you've taken him out of what he does good and put him now to what he does bad and more maximize that. He's still more often than not going to be taking on 3 techs versus what he used to take on, which was 1 tech from the right guard standpoint of things. I'm hoping he can remain solid, but breakout, I'm going to struggle to see that until you can get him back in his natural position. And I don't think that that's going to happen this year, unfortunately. Chicken God, I don't think Jimmy G makes it past the Texans and Falcons on the waiver wire. I could see the Texans. Somebody mentioned the Giants. That one jumps out to me as a possibility. Somebody mentioned the Tampa Bay. Maybe a possibility within that as well. There's a lot of other teams. There's a good handful of teams that just make a little more sense than we do in this situation. Power code, dang, y'all really had your way with Abe. Lukisha Kozart, we need to sign Reuben Foster. I'd be okay with it. They worked him out. So if they saw what they liked out of the workout, he has natural talent. If it's still there with him, that you'd think he'd be able to at least crack into this roster of being a third, fourth middle linebacker for you on the roster. But there are a lot of teams he's having to work out with right now. So there's still something to prove from his standpoint of things. But I did like to hear that they were working him out because I am, Lukisha, worried as it stands about where our linebacker room sits currently. Why do I? My prediction for the O-line, Cross, Lewis, Blythe, Haynes, and Lucas. I think Phil Haynes is a beast, just needs to stay healthy. I'd love to see Haynes over at left guard and Lewis over at right guard. That'd be the ideal. Mike, as you were mentioned on that, I think you will be okay, Mike, a little bit better in center than we were last year because you at least having a guy in Blythe, not a game wrecker over there from the center position, but you do have a guy who is more mobile and able to move in space. And that is as a building block of the running game in this Waldron scheme is having a center that can pull in space and they can get to those reach blocks, which Blythe can do. So I think he will be at least a minor upgrade over what you've had at the center position prior. Still going to be something long-term that they needed to address, but it's not going to be, I think, as bad as it's been recently. And we've had kind of league worst play there over that position at a good amount of the time over the last couple of years. Mike says, I didn't get to see anything on the mock game. Who was the best offense and defensive players? Well, I'll make a guess on this, Mike, because I've kind of had to glean what I can glean off the background of this, but it would seem that the best players in this particular game would have been Drew Lock at the quarterback position and how he played. Cody Thompson made a couple of good plays. Tariq Woolen was balling out for you out there. Kobe Bryant made some good plays as well. Darrell Taylor was really a presence coming off the edge on the other side. Those would be the main guys who really kind of showed out. Pooping Bear Marsh says, as for Damian Lewis, Gabe is right guard 1 and far more set in his road grader ways. Left guard is more important position. If D can do it, that would be so important. I'd love to see him pull it off. I'm skeptical, but I would love to see him pull it off and be able to have that breakout year over there. And I think you're right. I don't think that the better option here is to move Gabe over to left guard. I'd look to move on from Gabe and put Phil Haynes at left guard and Damian Lewis at right. And I think that those guys outplay the combination of Damian Lewis at left guard and Gabe Jackson at right guard. But the coaching staff just doesn't have as much faith in Phil Haynes for whatever reason. Deron says, I want to see Drew Lock get more times with the ones. He already is, Deron. They had him going number ones today in practice. So they are hearing us on that. They're already starting to do it, which is good. Jeff says, thanks. Makes sense. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Jeff. Gavin says, 88 overall seems fair, but I hope Brooks can be our Wagner 2.0 at the middle linebacker 1. The key with Jordan Brooks going forward is going to be really one simple thing. One very simple thing. He can run. He's sideline to sideline. He is an awesome tackler. He can hit with some force and some thud. He has all of that in his bag, so to speak. He can cover one-on-one, and he's fast enough to stay in the back pocket of tight ends and running backs. But the struggle for him is zone. And that's a struggle that has gone back with him to college. He does not have a natural feel for zone coverage. He's not comfortable in zone coverage. Flood zone concepts in particular give Jordan Brooks quite a bit of troubles there. I think it gets a little bit more minimized as he now moves to middle linebacker from where it was at the Will, where it was bright spotlight on him at that position versus the middle linebacker position. But if he's going to get into being an elite linebacker in this league, if he's going to be talked about in the likes with guys like Fred Warner, part of why Fred Warner is considered by some as the best middle linebacker in the sport is not because of what he's doing in the run game as a tackler. He's good in that area of things, but it's because he's the best coverage linebacker potentially in the entire sport. And that's what elevates him from the middle linebacker. And Jordan's got to find a way to not make it a strength necessarily, but not make zone coverage a deficiency. And that's why he gave up, 950 yards receiving from the linebacker position last year, which is very hard to do. GoOxo5 says 10-win season plus a loaded 2023 draft equals Super Bowl by 24. Ooh, I like that. I like that comp party. If he's coming back to the what if of Woolen starting day one, that type of lockdown coverage is so impactful. We all remember Rodgers that one game not trying to throw to Sherman's side. Game changer. It is. And if he can tap into it that quickly, man, I will be astonished if he can be that ready to roll that fast. But I will have also believed that if he ends up on the field that he's starting by that point wide to wide, it's because he's earned the job. And the coaching staff has just seen so much that is so undeniable at that point that they can't wait on him. They can't hold him back. Because there's enough talent out there to hold the day if they're waiting. He needs a little more time to develop. There's enough talent on this roster to do that. So he has truly won out the day, if that's the truth. GoOxo5, Lock goes for 3,800 yards, 22 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. And Paul, we're starting to be able to recognize on Paul with certain energies. There's the random person who comes in, and they've got that energy of, I'm completely pissed off at what everybody's talking about this chat. And so now it's just, I'm coming into flame. Let me put my flamethrower on. Let me light it up. It doesn't do any good to anything. Doesn't help the discussion. It's only trying to cause things to get disjointed in the chat and get people emotional, all that. And it's like, it's just not, it doesn't help the discussion. What we're trying to do here is we aren't a channel that's just sitting here to go, Niners suck, Cardinals suck, everyone sucks, we're just awesome. We're actually just trying to have some good football discussion. And good football discussion is not coming in here with your flame torch going, middle fingering everyone all around in your approach. And it wasn't saying anything. Again, that energy I'm starting to sense for what I can see in the chat at times from random people. And I don't think it helps our chat out by having people in there like that. I think it doesn't help the discussion. Brian Myers, why did Woolen won't start week 1? Russ sets Pooping Bear Marsh says Russ sets his new record against the Seahawks, and we get 75% of that last interception total. And Richard Sherman runs onto the field screaming that he's just seen Russ throw 3 picks. Oh, goodness. Why do I write? If Woolen starts, it's because he outplayed everyone? Exactly. Goax has got Penny with 1,100 yards and 200 yards receiving and 10 total touchdowns. Walker with 800 yards and 5 touchdowns. It's very realistic. Very realistic. It's good to see in the chat too, Paul. Glad you can make it. Congratulations getting off work. Eric Turney, I'm pumped for Woolen and Kobe. Gonna be dope. Oh, it is. Long-term, that cornerback room looking good. Short-term, that quarterback room looking good. Kevin Baker, do you think it's possible for us to sign Sherman as a coach? He seems to have a lot of love still towards our franchise. I think that the Seahawks have taken a little bit of a different approach with some of these former players who have some coaching ability to them. Rather than bringing them in as a coach per se, and the guys I'm speaking to would be a Cliff Averill, a Cam Chancellor, what we're hearing from KJ Wright, and what you might now probably get from Richard Sherman, is that these guys serve as sort of consultants on the side that you can call upon. Sherman, I think, as I understand, it's about to be able to be paid by Amazon, I think, as a commentator, and he's going to be paid very well by them. So for him, it's more, he's going to go into the booth in some way or another. And he's going to make a lot of money doing so, and he's going to probably be very good at it. And so I think with coaching, it does take a certain kind of guy that wants to grind out those long days, wants to be watching 20 hours of film in a day, has that want to do that. And sometimes those players who've had so much success in the NFL field don't really want to come in back and do it that much with all the requirements of coaching. So I don't think he'd be a coach, but having him as a consultant is not to be undersold either. Averill has helped out some of your young pass rushers. Cam has worked with the Marquise player. And I think KJ Wright will be there as a very good source for these linebackers as well. Sean Hines, if Seahawks win 7 to 10 games, where would we fall in the draft order? Would you trade up for a better pick or stay where we fall and have more available? If you are 7 to 10 games, Sean, you are probably somewhere between pick 10 and 14. Even 10 to, hell, it could be 10 to probably pick 19 if you're going all the way up to 10 wins. So there's a pretty wide variance there. So let's go 10 to 20. I believe that part of what impacts me on the second answer to your question is the number of quarterbacks in the first round that are available, and that there are so many good ones available in the first round, and that there could be maybe 5, 6 upwards of that there. That leads me more into a zone of saying, rather than trade up for one given quarterback, just wait for who the next guy up is to fall in your lap at number pick 12 or 13, rather than packaging the picks. I'd rather just stick and get the best player availables, largely because, again, you're not going to bring in the next quarterback as a guy to necessarily have to tilt the field. You just want a guy that's going to be maybe an upgrade over what you've gotten out of this year, a guy that can be a little bit into that game manager role, but be proficient within that game manager role. And that, again, leads me less in the road of needing to trade up, Sean, to go get that true dude and just get a guy that's first round talent quarterback. Maybe he's the 3rd or 4th guy on the board taken versus some of the other guys, but still a lot of talent in him and what he can do. Sam the Great says the Seahawks are only going to get better from here on out. Well said, Sam. And I agree with you, man. We're going through the rebuild, and we're just about to begin the ascent. Just about to begin the ascent to being a truly competitive team again. Keldon says that guy laughing out loud. Oh, Abe. He was going off, Keldon. Sam says I predicted 7 and 10. I'm an 8 and 9 myself right now, but we're pretty close to the line there. And that's not bad with Geno and Locke. You're right. Go Hawks Survive. Offense is going to be very balanced. Defense is going to eat. I like it. Well said. Those things work well together, and don't forget that great special teams on the back end of it, just to complete the circle. It all kind of works together at that point. And those type of teams maybe have a bit of a top end restriction, but they also have a higher floor than your team that's more built upon superstars or one or two guys carrying the day. Why do I? 4 weeks to go. So geeked for all football this year. Because of the quarterback situation, I'll be watching more college ball than I have in years. I will be as well. Why do I? In fact, I think I'm going to be doing a Tuesday show on the channel just that will be specifically looking at the recent performance of the college quarterbacks of that last given week. I'm playing with it as a theory. But I think I'm going to do something like that. And I'm geeked up too, man. We're almost there. We got a game in a week. We got our first game of the year, preseason game coming up, less than a week. Closer and closer and closer we are. JT says, thank you, Hawks Nest. Hilarious live chat this eve. Good content. Stay strong, young fella. Back to daddy duty. Good night, y'all. You have a good night, JT. Thank you for watching, brother. I appreciate it. And very, very kind comments of you to say. Thank you so much. Gurpreet Jand, would you rather draft a rookie in next year's draft or package our picks for a trade for a proven quarterback next year? Our roster feels similar to what Denver had last year, just a quarterback away, in my opinion. Well, it's a very deep question to ask, Gurpreet, because, of course, you are not only looking at what teams have been doing recently, to your point on that, like a Stafford trade or bringing on Brady as the Buccaneers have. This has been a recent pathway teams have taken to build teams and then bring in that veteran quarterback last. So it is a pathway to take. My question, first off, would be what quarterback is out there as a proven guy that you're trading for next year? Lamar Jackson's probably going to be paid. If he isn't, I wouldn't want to be spending $250, $300 million a year on that guy where his career is going to go and where I think his health's going to go. Kirk Cousins, maybe the Vikings are done with him at that point after next year and they're moving it. He doesn't get me that excited as far as I'm going to add Kirk Cousins to this team and that's going to push us over the top. I don't think that there's necessarily, I guess what I'm saying on that group read is I don't think that there's that player, that quarterback that's going to exist on the market next year to go and trade for. It's just not going to happen. And then there's going to be that guy to be had. I think when I also look at this group read, I see the team and what they've shown us in their philosophy or their approach for rebuilding this team is that they're somewhat at least trying to duplicate what they did with the 2011, 2012 blueprint, being you build up the rest of the team, then you bring a young rookie quarterback in here who's very pro ready, and then try to get the most out of him while he's on that rookie contract. So in Russ's case, he was taking 0.55% of the salary cap his first year. In year two, the year you won a Super Bowl, he was taking 0.88% of the salary cap. So just insignificant portion of what he was taking up, which allowed you to build the rest of the team out around him versus like what you're talking about. If you go trade for a proven veteran quarterback, you're now back in that kind of Russell Wilson boat where you have a large amount of your cap being placed to this one quarterback position and how that then is hindering you on building the rest of the roster, especially understanding that by the nature of how you're wanting to build your offense and defense in conjunction with the special teams, you're trying to build out a total team. You're not trying to just build around a quarterback position per se. You're going to ask a quarterback to do very minimal amount of the work. He's not going to have to throw 35, 40 times a game. So I lean towards let's go get the rookie, let's go get the youngster Gurpreet, and let's go back to that 2012 blueprint once again. Pooping Bear Marsh says Sherm's going to be off the chain as an announcer. Stanford communications major. He's going to make everyone else look like bumpkins. Oh, he'll do awesome. He'll do awesome. He's built for that. Why? Because of injuries just stopped, man. You clearly have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Oh, you're talking to Abe. Paul Third says, I just want the rookies to show their potential, but this isn't a tank year. 8 wins would be all right. I'm with it, Paul. That's what I'm saying. It feels pretty good, wouldn't it? We'd feel good on 8 wins. You feel, we're moving. We're going the right direction now. And that would have a lot of people shocked at how good they would play. Well, wow, Seattle played so much better than we thought with Wilson gone. Isn't that surprising? And I can see it, man. I really can see it. I don't think it's just me waving pom-poms. I don't think it's that. Austin WK says, do the Tuesday quarterback shows. All right. I'm going to try to do it. Because I want to watch all of their games, at the very least be able to go through cut-ups of their games and how they did. So I'm going to shoot for doing it, Austin. Get a nice little breakdown, because I think we got to look at these quarterbacks with a microscope, and that's got to be done more so than just wait until the offseason and next year to start talking about it. People are going to want to be talking about it all year, and I think the more that we can educate ourselves on where the progression is of these quarterbacks in this upcoming year, the more that we can week in and week out concentrate on it, the less people are going to be able to then pick apart the evaluations we have when we're looking at these guys as closely as we will be. Jeff says with Drew Lock, we're 9-8. With Geno Smith, we're 6-11. Starting to think that's probably pretty close there. Whitey Wide, night all. Once again, super fun cast, my friend. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Yourself a great night. Thank you for being such an awesome part of the channel here. JP Strong, do you think they will run K9 at kickoff or punt return? I hope we don't. JP, I'm with you on echoing your concerns and that you don't want to see that, and I don't want to see it either. I think the returns on punt returns and kick returns have been reduced mightily by the rule changes within football. You know, taking away the ability to hold hands of the wall of blockers was removed. That dinged it down. Moving the kickoff up, that dinged it down. You've had these rules brought in that just don't make it as important. And so opening the injury risk up for a guy like Kenneth Walker, who is your long-term answer there at the running back position, even into next year, because I don't think you're re-signing Rashad Penny. I'd much rather protect him and go with somebody else. DJ Dallas can do the kickoff returns just fine. We do need to find somebody, though, that is better at it, doing the punt return duties than Swain. So I would like to see at least an improvement on that, but I don't want it to be K9. No. We'll get him enough touches within the course of the offense. Your boy Michael says, frick it, sign Brady this offseason. Laughing my ass off. Hey, okay. I'm with it. I'll see you never come to the Pacific Northwest. That never happened. Play for a defensive-minded Coach Carroll. No way. We can dream, though. Renee Lord, thank you for subscribing, Renee. Very kind of you to do so. I appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Gavin says, which player in the NFL would cause the most problems for their team if injured? Aaron Donald for the Rams would absolutely, that would knock the Rams down from absolutely the top of the top in the NFC down to maybe even a borderline playoff team. And I would almost offer Cooper Kupp on that very same team is very similar. And that one of those two guys goes down, say nothing of it, both went down. That team is in a very, very, very different state. I mean, you obviously, Gavin, quarterback, I don't think you mean that question by quarterback, because I could answer like 7 different quarterbacks that would be true with, from Brady to Allen to Mahomes. But I'm answering the question more in positional based. And I think from a positional based standpoint, those guys, even though I know they're on the same team, I just think that they're that vital to what they do. I'm trying to think if there's another player, non-quarterback, in another spot on another team. Yeah, I don't think there is. Maybe the chat will have another one on it beyond that, Gavin, but I'm thinking through and I'm like, if we take out quarterback, if that's the caveat I'm placing on this, Gavin, I can't see those two guys to me just are. Saw it last year with Kupp winning the Triple Crown. You see it every week with the way Donald can just destroy whole game plans on his own. Those two guys lost. That would be bad. I'm trying to think if there's another answer. I mean, maybe a Travis Kelce on Kansas City. But even then, I think Mahomes would be okay. Titans were able to tread water without Henry last year. It's a great question, though. Sean Hines, even if we draft our next franchise quarterback next draft, do you think he will start or sit that next offseason? This is me making a very much a guess here, Sean, so I'm completely pulling this from my rear end a little bit. But I believe the Seahawks are fitting to that blueprint model of 2011-12, almost kind of to a T. And within that then means that what they're going to look to do is get a quarterback who's very pro-ready. It's part of why I've leaned towards Will Levis. It's part of why I don't knock Will Levis for what will be a 24-year-old prospect when he's coming out versus getting a quarterback that's maybe 21 or 22. I don't hold it against him. In fact, I think it works in his favor because I think that's just that much more likely he's a little more mature, a little more ready to get going and be ready to hit the ground running there kind of from day one. But I would say you want to that's in what you want to target, Sean, in the draft, is to be targeting a quarterback who is pro-ready. That's what Russell Wilson was, 2012. Though he was a third-round pick, he was a pro-ready quarterback because of how many starts he had at the college level, but also because of the type of offenses he had ran at NC State and Wisconsin, which were both pro-style offenses. not spread concepts, not one read and that type of stuff, not gadgety style offenses. This is a guess on my part, though. Nolan R. Vance coming in with a big fat $20 donation. Nolan, yeah, so kind of you, my friend. Thank you very much on that. He says, I'm hoping Locke gets more of a chance. Once again, I've been hopeful for our rookie wide receivers, only to probably see them make the practice squad at best. Well, it's a little bit of the downside, of course, Nolan, when you do have the 1-2 locked up and you have Eskridge sitting there at number 3. It does push only the amount that you could kind of lock into as far as guys even who can make the roster down to 2. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, Nolan. I think the preseason games are going to carry a lot of weight in who's able to maybe ball out in those games. There's a lot of bodies. I mean, hell, Cody Thompson had 2 catches. He's a guy we completely forget about. He had the touchdown catch in the mock game. Does he factor into this as well? I think it's going to be interesting. Who plays special teams best? I do think Melton ends up making the roster on that, though. But you're right. None of them are going to have a huge impact, though. I will say, Nolan, the 4 or 5 receiver do end up getting quite a few. They got a lot of touches last year with Russ. A lot of targets last year with Russ. Not a lot of catches, but a lot of targets. In regards to Locke, encouraging to hear, Nolan, that on the back of that strong scrimmage game from yesterday that they had him running with the number 1s today. They didn't wait now. If he's starting to win the battle, if he's starting to be the number 1 guy, then let him go be the number 1 guy. And going out last year with the number 2 offense and going up against the number 2 defense and outperforming Geno with the number 1 offense against the number 2 defense, to me, raises my eyes wide open in this situation, on top of already the stories that we've heard peppered throughout camp on Locke having some good bright moments of showing something back there. And I think Locke is going to eventually at this rate win this job out. And I do trust, Nolan, I really do trust that Pete's going to let the best man win here. He's not just going to hand the ball to Geno because he's been here for the longest. I think Carroll's going to push up against that kind of thinking as hard as he can. Because again, it's all about let's go back to our origins. Let's go back to what it is that brought about our ultimate success early on in our tenure here in Seattle. And that was competition being king. That was that no man just gets the job given to him by their draft status, or that they've been here for a couple of years, or that you don't have a guy behind them to truly push them. And I'm trusting in that, Nolan. I might end up being proven wrong on that, but I'm trusting back in that approach being what will carry the day. Sijan says, enjoyed the show tonight, Brandon. Meg, have a good night, 12s. Thank you so much. Appreciate you on that. You have a good one. Austin WK, it'd be great to have your college quarterback draft info for a summary. This season makes me think of F1. It does. I think so too. I think it could be helpful, and I'm going to try to commit to doing it and doing a stream show. And I like that it's going to be on just a specific topic of the college quarterbacks, so we can still do our normal live stream shows around other topics of our Seahawks. Coaxo 5 is still weird seeing Brady on the Bucs. It is. It's never gonna not be weird. You're just embedded. You're embedded with a team that long, 20 years. It's odd. Brian Myers, have a good night, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Very kind. Pooping Bear Marsh says, how about Denver adding a race car driver to ownership to go with Walmart? Yeah. Walmart teams up with Formula One, a match made in Hades. Yeah, kind of odd. Kind of random, a Formula One driver buying the Broncos, but I didn't realize they were so well paid. Boy, are they ever. Linebacker 54 says, Breeze at quarterback. I'm sure he would consider that a cushy gig. Might not even command that much of a salary for much as he would need to do. Unfortunately, with Breeze, the arm strength, a lot like you saw with Roethlisberger, and this has happened to certain quarterbacks. We do think of in our mind those guys like, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers of recent, who have been able to go in their 40s and still have very good arm strength. But there's been plenty of guys where it started to fall off. And with Drew Brees, for the last couple of years prior to his retirement, it kept losing steam by the year. And to the point where, his yards per attempt were minuscule compared to what you had league average around there. He's also been a guy linebacker that's had to play his whole career in either a warm weather environment or a dome stadium, because even when he was in his prime, he had maybe an average arm strength at best. With him, it was always about processing and accuracy in the pocket. And when you get a player like that into the inclement weather, just think linebacker on a couple of those playoff games when Breeze was in his prime and he had to play in Seattle in the playoff games. Not the one in when we went 7-9, but after that, where he really struggled. It was windy, it was wet, balls he can't throw through the winds. It really impacted his game. And I think bringing him in here, I just don't think he'd be an upgrade over what we had. And you got to consider as well, not mobile. So he's not going to be able to run away from pressure either. I think just like Paul Third said, I'm happy he retired. I think he retired maybe even you can make an argument maybe of a year late for where his skills were kind of eroding too. But that's the tough part is you get to be an aging player. Breeze came into this sport as a guy not with upper level arm strength as it was. You eventually are going to lose a few miles an hour off your fastball. Those guys that are the freakish talents like an Elway, they get into their 30s, they lose a few miles an hour off their fastball. They can still be proficient and good. But when you're already at average, now you're dipped below average. Now you're having to really be even better a processor. Now you're even having to work the short stuff with even more anticipation. I just don't think you'd be a fit in that stadium. Goax says Jonathan Taylor is an irreplaceable guy. I might think that if their line wasn't quite as good as it is. I think like you could put a guy like Naheem Himes back there or get another running back in there and they would be good behind that line too. Not as sensational as Taylor, but I think that they would be able to be okay with it too. Gavin Baker says, I think the 49ers losing Warner would kill their defense. That's a good one. That's a very good one. Yeah, that's another guy that would hurt. They would be hurting on that one. Very good suggestion there. Very good example on that one. Mike Skinner, Niners with Bosa out doesn't seem scary. Even who's their corners now? Well, they got Mosley. Verrett's still trying to come back there. They're definitely trying to get by, I think, with less at the cornerback position over there. And Bosa could hurt. Bosa definitely could hurt if he was out with an ACL. We saw that hurt them before when he was out. And they were having to try to get by versus where their pass rush is with him in. That's another good one, guys. Boy, the NFC West teams do have a lot of guys that are, you got Warner, Bosa, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald. Very important players. Mike says Niners with Bosa out doesn't... Goaxo5 says, sorry, I read that one, sorry. Levis puts mayonnaise in his coffee, so I will be removing him from my draft board and sending him straight to prison. Well, I'll hold it against him, but it's not enough for him to knock him from my board, Go Hawks, but I understand where you're coming from. That is nasty. It's very nasty. In Tech World, I would have other guys if you take out DeAndre Hopkins. Jonathan Taylor is a good one too. I would assume Devontae Adams for the Raiders. Those are good ones. I like those. And certainly DeAndre Hopkins and Kyler Murray, and the difference of his play when Hopkins has been out over the last couple of years has been staggering. His difference and what he's able to do on the field. Pooping Bears got Justin Jefferson. And Minnesota's an irreplaceable one. That's a good one. Trent Williams in San Francisco. That's a really good one. That might be the best answer of the bunch. CMC in Carolina, maybe a couple years ago. I don't know as much now. Going to have to kind of see his impact if he's back to health and what he's able to give that offense. Yeah, I think we have to remain to be seen on Devontae Adams. We got to see how he fits with the Raiders. I'm kind of worried about their offensive line right now. Megan says, B, I think after dealing with Abe, I need some Largent and Zorn to restore brain cells. Hey, I get it. That will do it too. Paul Third, I'd rather have Geno week 1 than Locke. I don't like the matchup against his old defense. I don't know. I mean, Paul, would you feel that way though if Locke's won the job in camp? Like he's kind of won right now if he continues to outplay Geno throughout the course of this training camp and in the preseason games? I mean, don't you want to run with Locke at that point? I would think you would. I mean, I would at least. I'm not scared about him up against his old team. Kevin, if Buffalo lost Diggs, it would kill a lot of their offense. It would. Taylor Gabriel's definitely coming on for them there, but they don't have the deepest of receiving cores, to your point. I like it. That's a good suggestion, too. All these are great answers. Pooping Bear says, Raiders without Crosby. Crosby's a good one. It's another very good one. Pooping Bear Marsh says 49ers actually got Charkandrick Ward at cornerback 1 now, by the way. Jeez. I remember talking about this with I think it was Last Second Sports last year. He'll be going on to our channel here, my channel there. He's a 49er channel, and discussing that they were changing out of the Seahawks zone-based scheme and going to more of a man-based scheme, and how odd that was when they hadn't gone out and actually gotten the man-based corners to make that kind of transition work. They got through with it last year. The Niner corners held it down to a degree, but you know, I do wonder about if that's going to hold up for them. Linebacker 54 says, I tried mayo in my coffee for science. Yeah, no, it's bad. Yeah, I will never try it. I can't. I'm not even a mayonnaise guy as it is. To put that in, to sully your coffee cup with such things, I can't. The guy also is, I think he's gone viral for taking a banana and chewing a banana. So he might just be super good at, getting himself viral as much as he's actually doing this stuff. But he took a good sip of it. He put a lot of it in his cup, and he took an awful big sip out of that cup. It was Gavin says, do you think we might do week 6, 7 trade this year? I'm hoping that they maintain flexibility to do so, Gavin. And I wouldn't, but for this reason. So let's say, Gavin, you come out of the blocks and you actually surprise some people. You actually come out 4-1, 5-1. You're sitting on right now some cap space as it is. You got money to use. So what if you get to that point, you see yourself as potentially a playoff contending team, you got to maybe a position you can address, a team that has that, is out of the playoffs at that point, is willing to offload that player at a depressed value, and you can make an equivalent trade like you did with a Carlos Dunlap a couple years ago, or a Quandre Diggs. I'm not talking about making the big swing, right? I'm not talking about a home run move, but I'm talking about a move that's not going to sacrifice the future of this rebuild, which can also help inject just a little bit of help onto this team if they happen to start out well at the box. If you start out middling, if you start out bad, I certainly wouldn't make any trade deadline deal. But I would like the flexibility to see how this plays out over the course of the start of the season to make that final determination. Mike Skinner says it better be Magic Mayo. Even Magic Mayo, I don't know. Megan says, I love vegan mayo, but I am not putting it in my Pike Place roast ever. I will never do it. I would never try it. If I sipped it, I probably would legit throw up. I would legit toss. 100%. Pooping Bear Marsh says, oh, and Glendale with no Colt McCoy stands no chance. None. Well, certainly if they got to play us. Colt's the Seahawks killer. Call him Colt Seahawks Killer McCoy is how he's known in the NFL circles. That's how he's known. Hey, well, we've gotten to the end of the chat here, folks, today, so I am going to go ahead and wrap this up here. Let's get the last of our questions on in today. We will be back at this Wednesday, doing a bit of a preview for the Steelers preseason game and what we're hearing about who's starting and whatnot, so that is still on deck this week. As I said here, we're going to be kind of getting these in more of the right around the 4-hour time period as we get into the season on these live streams, because the hope is I want to do more live streams, and when I cap out at a 5.5, 6 hour live stream, I'm kind of cooked for a couple days on that. So this is going to kind of be an opening the door on that to be able to do some more streams and doing them a little bit lesser, kind of save the voice just a little bit. May says, great stream, gang. Sorry about Abe, but we had fun destroying him until it got personal. Yeah, I was having fun going back and forth. He was starting to get to the point of getting to specifics and really building a case, but never could quite get there. It does sometimes erode into name calling or into getting personal with things. It sadly does seem to be sometimes the way that it goes in this great football debate. Wes Ben says, can you date my mom? I'm open to it. I am a single man, so. I'm out of the loop. This is Paul. You're out of the loop. What do you mean, Paul? Paul, any fantasy leagues going on? We got the HawksNest Fantasy League this year going again, Paul. If you want, I can put the Discord link in the chat if you want. If you're interested in signing up. U2K says, anyone that puts mayo in coffee is a sociopath, possible serial killer. I can't argue with you, but damn it, he knows how to spin the ball. You're not wrong, Yui, but God, that arm talent with those legs, I just can't say no. It's like those women that marry those serial killers who are in prison. Like, he's been convicted. Yeah, I know. You're still going to marry him? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Ethan Deckwell, big series against the Yanks tomorrow. Happy the notes were helpful. It was a pleasure. Well, thank you for taking those notes, Ethan, and shout out to Ethan for providing some notes. Our man on the scene. We have folks that are in watching games or watching practices or any of that, please do hit me over at HeyHawksNest@gmail, as I do love getting some of those notes for the scene. It does help us kind of widen out what we got going on. Emmett says, we're going to be great. Go Hawks. Great stream, everyone. Emmett, you have yourself a great night, man. It's good to see you in the chat. Gavin Baker says, Jordan or James for GOAT NBA? Well, this is another one that draws a lot of debate, Gavin. I'm a Michael Jordan guy. I think that there was something, Michael Jordan, to me, is a very singular athlete in sports. I don't even know if Brady is quite to the place where Jordan was from a mindset standpoint. To have all that talent and that mindset and the way he went about his business, I think is just unique outside of even basketball. And so I have a lot of appreciation for James. It's certainly an all-time player, but I think that Jordan was just in his own rarefied era, and I just don't think we're going to see another guy like Jordan potentially ever again. Megan says, funds are being transferred as we speak. Seattle won't know what hit them in October, B. I'm getting stoked, Megan. We're getting close. Elliot Clark with a $5 donation. Thank you, Elliot, for the donation. I really do appreciate it. Says, I'm late to the party. After mock game, Locke's quarterback won, right? I think you have to at this point, Elliot. I mean, it certainly has been a big part of our discussion in this chat on this stream today, and that being that, you win this job not only just based on one day, but the fact that he's had a few practices, he certainly has seemed to have won out over Geno up until this point. The fact that he played so much better than what Geno did, the fact that he played so much better than what Geno did when he was running with the second team offense against the first team defense, as opposed to Geno running with the first team offense against the second team defense. I mix that all again around, Elliott. Into my mind, I go, okay, this guy should be he should be starting against the Pittsburgh Steelers here in our first preseason game. Doesn't mean that he's got the job won or he's sewed up, but this needs to be an ever-evolving situation and letting the best man win. And we only have 3 preseason games. He is a new player to the roster. And if he's taken this jump ahead, frankly, I thought Geno should have been ahead at this point. And if he's not taking that bull by the horns in this situation, then I think you got to go with Locke. And luckily at Elliott, what we heard out of practice today was indeed Drew Lock was with the number ones. Elliot says, "Where the Hawks Nest at?" I'll bring it up. I'll put it in the chat for you guys. We get the Discord up We'll get the Discord up here for our fantasy league. You can join up. I think it's Spencer Smith over there is the commissioner. So just hit up Spencer. I'll send you the link. I'm not running anything over there because I just don't have the time to do that stuff. But if you're interested in joining the fantasy league, I will put it in the deal here for you. Let's see. I'll put it in. There you go. Pin it up there at the top too if you guys want to jump in there. And it's just hit up Spencer if you're interested in that fantasy. Hit up Spencer in the Discord channel. He'll show you the way. But thank you for the donation, Eric. Eric Turney, what do you think the Broncos record will be this year? I actually think the Broncos and Seahawks record, Eric, is going to end up being very close to each other. The Broncos, of course, I believe, do play in the toughest division in football, which is 6 tough games on their schedule right from the jump. Then they've got to play the AFC West, which should be 4 pretty tough games. So it's 10 games of their schedule that are going to be tough games, regardless of whatever else they have to deal with. And I do think that they did not take the steps I would have taken if I was the Broncos of bringing Wilson in this offseason, being that I would have brought better pass blockers in then. I would have had him set the stage where he's going to have time to throw, where he's going to be able to sit back there a little bit and take his time, something that he's not been given at any point in time during his whole career. I would absolutely like to see that, hear from him now, but they didn't give it to him. And I think almost on that reason alone, that's going to kind of hold them back. It's not going to make them bad, but it's just going to hold them back from getting a little bit to that point of success that they're sort of aspiring to. And it's quite frankly a little odd to me that they put their money into the defenses they did, while somewhat kind of ignoring that offensive line and some of their pass blocking deficiencies that they've dealt with over the last couple of years. Always Compete says, not going to lie, I'm high on Geno Smith right now for a few reasons, but if Locke lights it up in the preseason, I'm in on him. I love it, man. That's right. Just keep an open mind. That's all I ask. Just let's keep an open mind to who the best guy might be and let him carry the day. Megan says 2 weeks and I'll be in LA. Hell yeah. Nolan, like and subscribe. Thank you for mentioning that, Nolan. If you do like what you're listening to, do me a favor, please. Hit that like button and come on, let's get subscribed. We're on our road here to 8,000. We're getting very close to 8,000 subscribers, and I sure would love to, maybe if we can push for it, get up to 10,000 here by the end of the year. It's aggressive, but I think it's within reach. King Bomber says, so Tariq Woolen and Sidney Jones are starting 2 corners. I think it's still undetermined on that, King Bomber. I think Sidney Jones is your first starting corner, but I think that there's a vibrant battle going on right now between Tariq Woolen and Kobe. And while Tariq Woolen's played well, every report I've heard is that Kobe Bryant is right there with him step for step. King Bomber says, Ayo, lock with the ones. He is rocking the ones today. And it's awesome, as Ethan says. I love to see that they make that trend. Oh, you balled out in the scrimmage. You've been balling out in practice. What are we waiting for? You've taken the lead here, so now you should be running with the number ones. Gino, you want to get back up in the lead? You need to outball him here. You need to outplay him here. And I like that the coaches are showing, again, just they're leaning into that competition is king, which is wonderful. Adios, that's Soviet Spy. You have yourself a great night. King Bomber says, defense, play your balls off. Tariq has to shut down Jerry Jeudy. He does. And King Bomber, I want to beat Denver week 1 just as bad as you. Trust me. Just as bad. King says Sidney Jones shuts down the other Cortland Sutton. I think he can do it. He's going to be a good matchup over there against Cortland. Possibility of carrying 7 receivers through Carroll and regular roster. You'll keep 5. At the very most, King Bomber, you'd keep 6, but I don't think you'll keep 6. Because you're going to keep 3 tight ends on the roster. And usually if you're keeping 6 to 7 receivers, you're 1 less tight end then, or 1 less offensive lineman. You're going to rock with 4 running backs on the active roster too. So more than likely only 5 receivers on this roster at the end of the day. James Waring, all the beat reporters I saw on Twitter today said Gino was with the 1s today and Locke with the 2s. Some sounded surprised by this after the mock game. Oh, I'm sorry. Then I'm off on that, James. Somebody had said in here that they had read that he was running with the 1s. So I guess I got bad information in here. Sorry about that. Eric Turney, haven't heard much about Trey Brown. Is he still injured? He is indeed, Eric, still on the PUP. So I don't know if it's injured, just recovering. And because I think of how strong the cornerback room is playing right now, it probably puts him in a situation of being willing to be more patient with his injury situation, giving him a little bit more extra time because it was a major surgery that he did undertake this offseason, Eric. Eric says, agreed, loved your channel. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Have a good one, Megan. Nick Guerrero with a $5 donation. Finishing us off right here, Nick. I appreciate you on that, brother. He says, love the videos, brother. Do you see that someone putting up a 25-minute long video of yesterday's mock draft? Did you see that someone put up a 25-minute long video of yesterday's mock draft? No. Mock game. Oh, 25 lock game. No, I didn't. I was seeing a couple of videos of guys with a few drives in there, but I didn't see anybody put anything with kind of the full allotment. But I'll take a closer look after the stream today and go check it out, Nick. Thanks for mentioning it for me. Because I was like cobbling together from Twitter and YouTube trying to find, I almost got the whole game from just the various cuts that I could find. And I was trying to get as much info as I could here for the stream. So it's good to hear somebody's kind of brought all the information into all the videos and stuff into one place and you just kind of check it out. But it's definitely, there's some takeaways within that, watching them play. There absolutely is. And thank you for the donation, man. I think you had a couple donations today on the stream. Thank you for that. King Bomber with Pete Carroll, I meant practice squad, haha. If he was going to keep 5 receivers on the main roster, which 2 receivers do you cut and keep Pete Carroll? Same with corners. So I think you're going to have DK, Tyler, Eskridge, Swain, Melton are my 5 receivers on the active roster. I think they keep on the practice squad Penny Hart, Cody Thompson, Tariq Young. So you would hold 7 then in total, I guess. Maybe 1 extra receiver, maybe like a Cade Johnson on top of that. As far as corners go, my guys on my roster, I've got it right now, is you'll have Sidney Jones, Artie Burns, Tariq Woolen, Kobe Bryant, and Trey Brown as your outside guys, and then you will have Justin Coleman as your 1 slot, and that will probably be it. On the practice squad, you're not going to get any of these corners on the practice squad. Maybe Ugo Amadi ends up on the practice squad if he slides through. Maybe him. Maybe. But that would be my corner room. I don't think you have a lot of corner. Like on the practice squad, John Reed, Michael Jackson Jr. maybe. You'll have guys like that on the practice squad. Eric, sorry, Nick won't be able to put the link into the thing. I got to change the settings on it. I was trying to get on the porn a couple weeks ago and try some settings out in YouTube, and I turned off the send links through the chat. I'm going to turn it back on, but I turned it off because I was trying to get around so many of the porn stuff that we were having just proliferate through the chat at times. But I will get that turned back on. King Bomber says you'd cut Marquise Goodwin. Well, I was making a guess. I mean, if Goodwin wins the job, I'd take him over, let's say, Swain. And maybe Goodwin's outperformed. It's hard to make a bit of this determination as it pertains to the receiver 4 and 5 spot because I don't know. I haven't got anything to really see how these guys look. The thing with Marquise Goodwin and making the roster, King Bomber, is that he does make the veteran a minimum if he does make the roster. And if he's on the roster after week 1, that is a guaranteed salary. Maybe you could plan him on the practice squad in addition to that, which I'm sure they would potentially look to do that if he's playing well for them. And I certainly wouldn't be surprised to see him unseat Freddie Swain. I just don't have a read on the situation yet. Goodwin's certainly fast. He's certainly sudden. He certainly, can run some pretty good routes, but just don't have enough of a feel quite yet. Anmal Pata says, yo, what up, bro? What's up, Anmal? Haven't been active on the channel recently, but hopefully you remember me. Of course I do. I remember all my peeps. All my peeps. Hope you're doing well. And hey, man, so we get a lot of our folks rotating back in as we get into football season here, as they've been away the off seasons. I know how it goes. It's all good. Poo Poo Ping Marsh, how do you feel about Jones' chance to crack the squad? Vi Jones? Not great. I think he's on the outside looking in. King Bomber, will Blair be on the main roster? You better believe it. You got a guy that can play both the free safety and strong safety position along with the slot. And you've got already Jamal Adams dealing with injuries here on top of Diggs coming off of his major injury with his foot. Yeah, he's a very important player on this roster. Not only will he make the roster, he'll be a very important player on the roster. Ping Poo Bear Marsh says, what happens to Marquise Blair Goodwin in the wide receiver situation? I think it's too early, guys, on the receiver. It's hard to tell. We got to see in the preseason and throughout practice. I mean, these are a lot of bodies all stacked in one spot. How to make a determination on who's separated themselves. Marquise Goodwin's not like some amazing receiver throughout the course of his career. He's just been kind of a guy with an occasional flash here or there. A real speedster kind of guy. Now, maybe he's way better than Freddie Swain because, like I've said, when it comes to Freddie Swain and Hart, they haven't set exactly a high bar to clear to make a roster at the receiver position over them. But outside of a couple little clips of seeing receivers catch balls, I don't have a way to make much of a determination on that. He certainly has the talent to be better than those guys. And you can get him on the practice squad still, even if he is a veteran player. So even if he gets cut, it doesn't mean he couldn't stash him there. But yeah. Jason Tudor, who is this someone laughing out loud? King Bomber says, and with Trey Brown, we have 7 corners on our roster that we are possibly able to make the team. Do you think we can trade someone before the season starts like Witherspoon last year? It's possible that they could make a move like that, but I don't think that it's likely to happen. Certainly when you're dealing with that much strength, that opens that door to do something if you get a team that's cornerback desperate and they throw you a 3rd or 4th round pick. But who are you moving? I mean, you're not going to move Jones on a 1-year deal. You're not going to move some of the young guys. Artie Burns would maybe be that guy. And then what are you getting for him? And is that worthwhile? I don't know. I think it's just not quite set up like it was last year with Witherspoon. King Bomber, Goodwin, and Tariq and Thompson on the practice squad, and the other 5 on the main roster. That works for me. I could see it shaking out that way. Penny or Marquise would be snaked from the practice squad, which is why I really want to try and trade Freddie to Denver and get their 3rd. No, they're not going to give you a 3rd for Freddie Swain. There's no chance on God's green earth you're getting that anywhere close to a 3rd round pick for Freddie Swain. You'll get a 6th or a 7th for Swain at the most. Penny Hart has been on the practice squad, Pooping Bear, over the last couple of years, and he's not been plucked. So teams have not jumped on him as of yet when that has been the situation. Marquise, maybe on that one. Eric, cornerbacks are so young, not much trade value. Yeah, there's not a trade there that just kind of works like last year. With Witherspoon where you were at, he wasn't doing great in camp. A trade opened up on that one. He played really well for the Steelers, but I just don't think you're in a similar situation this year. King Bomber says Artie Burns would be the guy I move. That's the guy that fits the most. I think he would have the biggest target on his back as being a possibility. Pooping Mayor says it would be nice to have the Bears' first 3 picks next year, and Freddie sure was one of Russ's favorites. Yeah, he definitely gave him a lot of targets. To your point, he absolutely did that. I just think the league-wide, I don't think Freddie's got it, even with being Russ's favorite targets, much value out and about. I think it's kind of reduced in that respect. All right, well, we've just moved past 4 hours here. I believe, again, got through all the questions, so made it through another just great, lively chat. As I say, folks, we get the occasional person in here. Everybody, 99.9% of the people coming here, we just have some great talk. If you're going to be a part of the community, you want to be part of the community, we want you part of this community here at the Hawks Nest. But what we're trying to do in this chat is make this a little bit more of we aspire for this. Whether we reach this or not is up to the people out there. We're trying to be smarter than your average bear and have the discussion be a little more in-depth than you sometimes get from NFL circles and NFL fandoms and NFL chat boards. I know that this is a hard mark to clear as things can devalue into mudslinging very quickly, but we're trying to keep ourselves out of that so that we can keep the discussion smart and intelligent and push the conversation forward. It's not about being right or wrong. It's sometimes just about making you think a little bit. And I like that this chat is always making me think, always on my toes, always trying to look at this in an from an in-depth standpoint. That is really where the mission is of this channel and creating this particular Seahawks channel. There are many different Seahawks channels. Everybody has their own kind of angle that they're going at. That's the angle that I'm always trying to drive towards. And it is nice to see as we ramp up to a season that may be very difficult, that may be tough at times, that we may be in a rebuilding year, to see not only the optimism from within the chat, but the ability to see the long-term plan as it begins to develop and see that though we are working our way up now, we're not going to be long on that ascent because we're making smart moves and smart choices, smart decisions, and young players develop around that. And now you're cooking with oil, aren't you? Great chat as always with you guys. Thank you to my mods, Megan and Lycan here for holding it down and keeping things nice in the chat as far as that goes. So cutting him and keeping Ugo and Blair as the slot, then Josh Jones and Ryan Neal for backup safeties. I don't see that happening, King Bomber, in regards to Marquise. I think they're going to hold on to him. So Lorraine Jensen says, just beat the 49ers twice, please. Let's just do it, Lorraine. Just 2 times. 2 times. We do have their number. And like I said, that matchup of Carroll against Shanahan and why Carroll has had a little bit of a better chance has not just been all Russell Wilson. It's also been the approach of Coach Carroll's defenses against this 49er offense and that not being a good fit for this 49er offense in the way that they like to go out and the way they like to attack. It'll be fun to watch how this all plays out. You have a season where you have no idea what will happen, and I find a great amount of excitement with that, a great amount of hope within that. A great amount of excitement in my surprise that we're going to be facing and what we could be facing. We are under a week away from the first preseason game of the year, from the journey truly beginning for the Seahawks team and what this year will mete out. And we don't know what's going to happen, and that's the fun of football. You don't know what's going to happen. Anything is seemingly possible in this upcoming year for our Hawks, and I'm here for it. I know you'll be here for it too. I appreciate all of the people that donated onto the chat. Just one last final reminder, please do, if you haven't already, hit that like button for me. It does help this channel out. You guys have been doing a great job. It's been a big driver in this channel's growth. You're hitting that like button, telling YouTube to show this to other people. So please do that if you could for me. Please, I really do appreciate it. Other than that, guys, let's not forget, I'll be reminding you every day here as we're building the season. Every time I do a stream, you guys know I will never let you forget. Even as the pundits tell you we won't be good, even as they tell you this is a rebuild year, even as they tell you, oh, they're heading back into the dark ages now, it's going to be the 90s, I'm going to pull you back up into the light and say, no, you will remember, because I will not let you forget. You will always remember. Go Hawks.